good morning from the ones that they are at home. Have a nice day. We're waiting a few minutes just to see if some people are joining the room, and we will start in 2 minutes. Let me see if I have the presentation. So there are some videos for today's session. We are at the check. I do have a video.
Mine on desktop. Presentation is on desktop.
Yeah, it's you're not presenting it.
Yes, I am.
You will. You're virtual. I'm sorry. Which presentation?
What the virtual property actually you there's 6.
Aha, from Croatia.
Yes.
Da, on the Satyasham. It's the only one who is on site. Not the last, but
Sustaining online.
responding to labor market needs, industrial problems.
Yeah, I have. Of course I have problems.
This one.
We are here. Yeah, we are here. I have to see what we're having if I have some
He's
here. Yeah,
in person.
yeah. I do have a presentation here that it's a video. Let me see, what is this one?
Hi, Mabuhay from Manila, Philippines. We hope that you're all safe, healthy, and of course, happy over there in Heraclian, Greece. Let me first send our thanks to the QQM.
So I do have two presentations by video. I have the sir here online, and we are having two more that we have to see if they are online. Let me just ask. Monica Carol? Yes, she's here. Monica, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Good morning. We're starting the
morning.
session and you are the first speaker.
Hi,
Sorry?
good morning.
Good morning. We're starting the session and you are the first speaker. So if you want, you can share your screen and you can introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. You don't have my video?
Hey guys, sorry, I have to put it, we're starting. Monica is here. So Monica Carroll is here and she's the first speaker for today. Where are the librarians in academic library? Comparing organization charts from higher education institutions in the US. So Carol.
Okay, here, I thought Thank you for having me.
It's
And
our pleasure. Yes.
here, let
Can
me
you
see if
or
I,
maybe we can see you, or you don't prefer to see you anywhere. Anyhow.
oh, sorry. Can you, oh dear. Oh dear.
Where are you in
Sorry.
the planet? Where are you in the planet? You're at the United States?
Yes, I am
Yes.
in
So
Illinois
it's
in the
early
United
in the
States.
morning.
Yes, I apologize. I thought I sent my video and now I'm trying to find my video.
Yeah, I can understand.
Okay. Okay. Let's, is there any sound? No. Okay. I'm just gonna,
But we cannot see you. We can hear you though.
okay. All right. So my project that Elizabeth and I worked on was where are librarians in the academic library, comparing organizational charts from higher education institutions in the United States. Let's see. Next slide. So in researching this topic, there has been studies of organizational charts in the United States for several decades. But most of them have focused on very high research institutions. In the United States, they're known as R1 institutions. Oh, and there's my mouse that goes with, okay. I'm sorry, this is odd. So most of these studies have happened on very high research institutions. But as you can see, lots of our students are being educated in schools other than very high research institutions. So we were interested in looking at how many academic librarians are working outside of these very high research institutions and how do their roles change depending on if they work at a community college, like a 2-year professional school, or otherwise. So in order to look at this, sorry. In order, oh no. I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Ja, merci Monica Carol. Ježiši.
We're speaking. So please mute your camera. Yeah, I'll mute her. Yeah. Okay.
So what we have here is a map of the schools we looked at in the United States. We took a random sample of some professional schools or 2-year schools, some 4-year baccalaureate schools, some master's schools, and some R1 institutions. And we collected their organizational charts, and where we couldn't, we got their website directory job titles. And we selected 25 schools from each of these categories, and where we got data for all of them except for 3 schools. One was a shared library, which didn't fit with our profile, and 2 more just had no information available. So the dots represent where in the United States the schools were sampled from. We tried to get a geographically and institutionally diverse group. All right. So the data we collected was organizational charts. So for example, from the way we analyzed it was we treated them like systems, social networks. So we turned each box into a node and the connections between the boxes into edges. So for example, for this school, the university librarian would be the first box or the head administrator of the library. And then we would split it into a title, so librarian, and then into their specialization where it was available. So for example, HU5 here, the discovery librarian would then become a librarian in the title, and their focus, their specialization would be discovery. And then the edge would then be any connection between H1 and H5, and then between, and H5 doesn't have any other connections. So we also then filtered these specializations to try to reduce the number. We began with about 600 different specializations, and we were able to bring it down to about 150. And we can do more work to try to reduce those. So this is kind of experimental. We weren't sure how this was going to work out. And so results. So from these 25 schools, or the ones that we could actually get data from, we found this many librarians total. So 156 librarians, 56 of them were part-time at professional schools or two-year colleges. And then so on down, 67 for baccalaureate, 123 for masters, and 1,000 for R1. And by taking the proportion of these samples relative to the complete population of these schools in the United States, we can project that there are this many number of academic librarians in the United States. This does not represent all academic librarians in the United States. We did not sample all the different subcategories of higher institutions there are in the United States. But this would be a minimum number. So here we have about 12,000 academic librarians and librarians working at very high research institutions, which a lot of the research is on, represent less than half, at least far fewer than the majority of the academic librarians out there. So what's the typical academic librarian job? Most schools have 10 or fewer librarians working at them. Now, this is just librarians. It doesn't include administrators. It doesn't include technicians or assistants. This is just people who've studied library science and are working as librarians. So most schools have a small population of librarians, 10 or fewer, including quite a significant number with 2 or fewer librarians working at the school. On the other hand, all very high research institutions have more than 10 librarians working there. But this is not unexpected. R1 schools are large with more students, so it makes sense that they would have more librarians, theoretically. So one of the things we looked at was students per librarian. So what's the average number of librarians per how many students are at that institution? And we can see this is a logarithmic scale here on the second chart. And what we can see is a very different staffing model across the different classifications of higher education institutions. So for example, for every 2,000 students on average at a community college or a two-year school, there's a librarian, whereas at a very high research institution, that's more like a librarian for every 750 students. And it suggests a different philosophy towards providing information services to students. And I know I'm zipping through this and I apologize. And another thing that I'm only going to touch on very briefly, and this is a really messy slide, too much information on it, but I just wanted to point out from the specializations, how do specializations differ between these different classifications of school? And these are only the most common specializations for librarians included in this graph, and they're kind of lumped together by access services types of specializations, technical services, information literacy, special collections and archives. And digital plus here is any specialization that had digital or electronic or emerging technology in it. And one thing I would like to point out, at two-year schools, the majority of librarians are responsible for everything in the library. There is no specialization. They do all tasks in the library. And this type of do everything role tends to decrease somewhat as you go to other classifications of universities. But when you look at something like information literacy, very high research institutions seem to rely, the most common position is subject liaisons. And there's been a lot of talk about moving away from subject focuses and moving towards more technical roles, but that doesn't actually seem to be happening at very high research institutions, whereas at other institutions, librarians are more inclined to just be an instruction librarian as opposed to focusing on specific subject area. And I also wanted to point out, I believe it was, yeah, there are various trends here that are hard to see in this graph, and I am already taking way too much time. So I'm just going to move on to wrapping up. So some of our observations: most academic librarians work in a small community of librarians, less than 10, regardless of the size of the school. Librarian roles span a wide range of activities. Very high research institutions have distinctly different staffing patterns than other schools. The roles are much more specialized at very high research institutions. So one of the things we're interested in looking at is, do smaller libraries organize in ways that would be useful and would provide guide for research universities? So discussions of how academic libraries respond to technological change and information literacy needs must look beyond very high research institutions for models of what will work. Thank you.
So thank you, Monica. If there is any questions for Monica till I'm preparing the next presentation. I think it's all the students set. Thank you so much, Monica.
Thank you.
And the next presentation comes from Philippines. And we don't have them here, but they sent us a video. And this is it.
Hi, Mabuhay from Manila, Philippines. We hope that you're all safe, healthy, and of course, happy over there in Heraclian Greece. Let me first send our thanks to the QQML team for giving us the opportunity to share our research to a wider audience. Maraming salamat po, or thank you in English. Our research is titled, Does the promotion of leisure reading still exist in academic libraries? A closer look of reading programs in Philippine universities. To start, let me introduce ourselves. I'm Rowana Marie Flores, currently the Associate American Corner Librarian at De La Salle University Libraries. And with me today is my co-author and my colleague, Ms. Vivian Sorgente, who is one of our archives librarian. To guide us in the flow of our presentation, here's an outline. First off, we'll briefly introduce the relationship between academic libraries and leisure program, or leisure reading rather, and why we ventured in this particular research. And then we'll proceed with the methodology, findings, and conclusions. Now, it goes without saying that libraries champion the importance of reading in the quest of individuals' holistic development and society in general. Those school and public libraries take a crucial role in co-developing with educators and faculty members on acquiring reading skills of an individual from early childhood to school age. Academic libraries are also expected to keep the momentum. Reading is central to the activities of the library, and without it, the reason for being of an academic library will be undermined. D1, in one of his research, emphasized that higher education institutions should not only focus on producing lifelong learners, but also lifelong readers. While it is also not new to us that reading has its intrinsic benefits, such as skills development, what else, wellness and relaxation. There are still these few library leaders or library directors who do not believe that leisure reading is part of an academic library's mission and that they are still unwilling to promote such programs in their respective library. Now, Brookbank, together with other co-authors in the year 2018, elucidated in their study that there is this pervasive perception among academic librarians that leisure reading is beyond the scope and mission of their libraries. This was intensified by the reality of academic workload and academic stress among college students, which resulted in having not enough time or inclination for leisure. However, there was a concern raised regarding the transition to the university of students who have not fully developed a culture of reading and weak critical thinking skills. The same holds true to one of the universities in Indonesia, where Muslim et al. In the year 2017 reported that critical thinking skills of second-year undergraduate students in that particular university is insufficient. In a situation like this, we cannot diminish the fact that academic libraries could assist the university, the faculty, the teachers, everyone, in solving the issue through advocating and promoting the power and influence of reading in creating a more literate society. Because the studies have shown that literacy is the linchpin and cornerstone of a thriving society. As examined by Gladwin and Golding, Scholarly literature on the topic of leisure reading is highly situated in the perspective of university libraries from the United States. In the Philippine setting, there is a dearth of literature that specifically explores reading programs and initiatives in the libraries, let alone university libraries. Thus came the motivation of this paper. The central theme of our exploratory study is to examine the status of reading programs of top Philippine universities cited in the 2023 Times Higher Education World University Ranking, including universities with reporter status. So universities included in THE ranking were selected by the researchers as they deemed that these universities are the cream of the crop and they may somehow provide more insights to discussion. Specifically, we intend to uncover the following research questions. We want to uncover whether academic libraries are still providing programs to encourage reading in their respective communities or not. And if they're providing such programs, what strategies did they employ and what are some lessons learned that other academic libraries could learn from them? If reading programs are not apparent, will they still be considered in future library programming? We will also explore the challenges that prevented these libraries from implementing a reading program. Now, for the purpose of this study, reading program is defined by the authors as any library initiative, any library activities, programs that aims or target to promote and encourage the culture of reading and particularly leisure reading. Next, but now, why do we need to venture on this research? Who will benefit from this research? Ms. Vivian and I identified the following. First, the research will be useful to the library managers and programming librarians as they will be able to evaluate, recalibrate, and improve the library programs, specifically reading programs, as they navigate through the post-pandemic future. The research will remind them of the library's critical role in creating a nation of responsible and analytical readers. And then second, the study will also benefit the library and information science professional or organizations, associations, as well as partner organizations related or is advocating for reading. This research will help them develop evidence-based programs and somehow find solutions to the challenges underlying the promotion of leisure reading in academic libraries. For our study, we employed a descriptive research design in a highly qualitative approach. Study participants are selected using purposive sampling and should meet the criteria we set forth. That is, number one, they should be the current university library director or programming librarian in Philippine universities included in the 2023 Times Higher Education World University Rankings. And the universities included in THE ranking were selected again because the researchers deemed that these universities are cream of the crop. So they may share more insight. So that's the expectation. And then for the instrument, we use this expert validated structured interview module composed of two sections. Section A, demographic profile, which we converted into an online form using Google Forms to facilitate easy access. And then section B is a discussion guide. So for section A, it covered data on the study participants and their institution's details, such as the institution type, location, library budget. Section B incorporated the facilitator's welcome remarks or instructions. What else? Introduction about the study. And then additionally, Section B covered the flow of the interview, starting with the opening questions, transition questions, and then we also prepared 2 sets of key questions. So the first set of questions, which is set A, are targeted for study participants whose libraries have active reading programs. And then for the second set, which is set B, these guide questions are intended or targeted for those who have no reading programs. Now, the data gathering commenced when the target respondents were asked to read and accomplish the informed consent form and the participant information profile. The virtual one-on-one interview was held in Zoom meeting on 4 different dates of April 2023 in order to accommodate the time availability of each study participant. So in total, we have 8 sets of interviews, which lasted 6 hours and 47 minutes. The researchers transcribed the virtual interviews to facilitate recollection, data familiarization, code formulation, what else? Identification of recurring themes, and also to interpret the meaning behind each of the respondents' view, experiences, sharing during the interview. We organize the data and analyze those using the reflexive thematic analysis or RTA of Brown and Clark. And this particular thematic analysis model, this combines both the qualitative research values plus the subjective skills of the researchers. It observes the 6-phase process for data engagement as shown on the screen. Now, out of the 1,799 universities in 104 countries, only 4 Philippine universities made it to the list this year. 6 other Philippine universities are labeled under reporter status. And when we say reporter status, according to Times Higher Education World University Rankings, they are those active participants in the ranking process and have not been ranked this year as they failed to meet a certain criteria. And then for the purpose of the study, we decided to include the 10 Philippine universities, even if they do not have a specific ranking. So even if they are reporter status, we add them as part of this research. So we invited them, we sent out email invitations. Unfortunately, only 8 out of the 10 identified universities joined, while 2 did not participate. 6 of the respondents are university library directors or chief librarians, and 2 are section heads, mainly assigned in library programming. And you can also notice that nearly all of them have more than 5 years of involvement with library programming activities. Only one has 1 to 2 years of experience in library programming. Most of the study participants are affiliated with state universities and colleges, or SUCs, and then the rest are from private higher education institutions. More than half of the said institutions are located in Luzon, which is the northern part of the Philippines, followed by Mindanao, the southern part, and then Visayas, the middle ground. 5 university libraries also confirmed that they have an existing reading program, and 3 of them have none. So there's 5 who have an existing program, and then another 3 which has no reading program. Now, in terms of educational or rather financial resources, 6 responded that they have more than 3,000,001 Philippine peso budget, but none, take note of this, there's none allocated for reading programs. As you can see, only 2 of the universities have specific budget allotment for university reading programs. From the analyzed data, we were able to deduce answers to our previously mentioned research questions. So the first one, we found out that the identified libraries actively provides and promote reading through various programs in their respective communities within and even outside the university setting in order to promote literacy, love for reading, and to somehow, introduce library services on the side. Table 3 shows the reading program models observed by 5 university libraries. So on top of the list are collection-centered programs, which primarily emphasize the promotion and provision of reading materials both in print and electronic form, regardless of topic, as long as the academic community member finds joy in reading such material. Respondents in who indicated that this model, they cited few examples such as book displays, book exhibits, acquisition of recreational materials, book buffet, use of book carousel, and the usual reading list production for university faculty members. So books included in the exhibits are usually local titles. For some libraries, it's usually local titles in order to promote their local culture. And then others promote Filipiniana collection and Filipino culture. And when we say Filipiniana, it's a collective term for all books and non-book material about the Philippines. Now, going back to the table, second on the list are interactive activities. And respondents commonly observe these activities in celebration of the National Book Week, which happens annually here in the Philippines every November. So some of the programs cited under this category include Quiz Bee, book review, game, poster making contest, scavenger hunts, book fairs, book mazing race, reading photo contest, and book character fashion show, to name a few. One library, interestingly, featured this cultural game for the promotion of their local city's culture while being dressed up in the Filipiniana attire. And then another university library focused on reading and wellness, while others focus on book talk, which gave their academic community an opportunity to interact and immerse themselves into meaningful and fruitful conversation with the invited book authors. Next on the list are indirect ways of reading promotion. One library mentioned that they see to it to promote both library use and reading during their regular library coordinator meetings. And then additionally, 2 universities made mention that they utilize library as a venue for tutorial sessions. So this is not necessarily in reading, but also in other academic subjects. And then aside from library as venue for reading, they also designate a specific leisure reading area. And then fourth on the list are patron rewards programs, which relate to both extrinsic and intrinsic motivations. So the respondents mentioned that they award book reader of the year, lucky library user of the day, and then book borrower of the month. So these particular awards and recognitions are targeted for both students and employees. So incentives and prizes in the form of chocolates, tokens, certificates were given out to these awardees, and then mostly, take note of this, mostly coming from their own pocket, sponsors, and sometimes donations from different college departments. And then finally, majority of the university libraries correlate their reading program to outreach program, usually in the form of book donations and storytelling sessions for children and out-of-school youth. We noticed that this particular model as part of community outreach, this model was first to be mentioned by the respondents for every interview, though it's not cited as the top most observed programs. And then what else? It is also noteworthy to mention that one university library explicitly mentioned that many of their reading programs are not standalone, meaning it is seamlessly integrated, embedded to their existing library initiatives and programs, which indirectly promote the culture of reading. We were also able to discuss with the respondents the identified strengths of their reading programs. So number one, the key theme that garnered the highest count is the library personnel. That's 29%. The respondents recognized the valuable contribution of their library personnel in the program planning, implementation, and post program or post event activity. And then they also commend the creativity, attitude, and expertise of the library staff, as well as emphasize the importance of cooperation and teamwork for the success of a program. Likewise, we found out that our respondents really put premium on their partners and collaborators within and outside the university. So for them, building a strong and wide network of linkages is essential. Following the list are three themes which received the same ranking, and these themes accentuated the availability of financial resources, number one, wide collection of leisure reading materials in both print and e-format, and the impact of having a strong institutional support and good standing from the academic community. So if the community sees the value of the library, they trust it, they trust the library, the librarians. And so one respondent shared, one of our strengths is institutional support. When they hear library department, they do not question us because they know they know that we are always organized rather. So this is from Grace during our interview last April 2023. These are just pseudonyms. And then another respondent shared, for the reading programs and even all library initiatives, we do anything just to promote the library, just to let the community know that we play a very important role in their academic life. I don't want to hear them say that we were never part of their student life. Now, every library program is susceptible to challenges, and the most common theme that surfaced from the series of interviews we had is something related to organization and community concerns. So this particular challenge covers expanding reach, encouraging faculty participation, sustaining engagement among the audience, as well as piquing the interest of the reading program's target audience. In order to resolve this problem, respondents recognized the need of maintaining a well laid out plan with specific target objectives to serve as a roadmap. And in the issue of reach and participation, partnerships with internal and external stakeholders coupled with constant communication and coordination are seen as a panacea. So not only does it help in ensuring support and attaining program success, but rather assist in bringing more returns to the library, like resources, expertise, and community impact, to name a few. Now, although many libraries grapple with program engagement and participation, other libraries find strength in it. So a respondent also stressed that user assessment surveys could help in really understanding deeply what their target audience needs and expectations from the reading program per se. And then in addition to assessment surveys, an initiative to touch base with target partners or collaborators such as, let's say, student government body. Okay, so they are seen as the respondents' workaround. Second most cited hurdle is force majeure events. So these are uncontrollable incidents like COVID-19 pandemic, class suspensions due to typhoon, acts of God, acts of man, and then few measures observed by the respondents includes for a while. So they cited that they do last minute adjustments and the use of contingency plan. And then this was followed by programming related issues where it encompasses concerns on program sustainability, consistency, logistic concerns, audience short attention span, and the absence of assessment and evaluation mechanism or procedure. Then the researchers also noted the lack of continuity of reading programs because of the absence of a well laid out plan. And then the factor of organizational changes plus the attitude of implementing a program for the sake of implementing one, for the sake of completing one. And then 14% of the study participants previously stipulated before that financial resources are their strength. But on this example, on this particular area, while financial resources are seen as strength, it was also perceived as a challenge by other libraries due to limitations in funding. For staff-related issues, two key ideas have resurfaced. One is inadequate staff vis-a-vis the work overload induced by accreditation preparations, few building renovation concerns, and concurrent or simultaneous library programs. And the number two idea is the lack of knowledge and training on library programming and project management. So that's the 5 identified challenges of libraries with active reading programs. Now, response to the inadequate staff issue was resolved by requesting additional staffing or by seeking help from library volunteers and student interns. So going back, you might also notice that the listed challenges in the implementation of the reading programs are not new. It's not brand new. It's not novel. Because there was this study from Ashik, and he pointed out that many of the current setbacks, in general, current setbacks encountered by academic libraries were no different from those identified 2 decades ago. Correspondingly, the 3 study participants who mentioned that they do not have any reading programs in their library mentioned that highlighted rather this top 3 identified challenges. So these are the major barriers that prevented them from implementing a reading program. So first is staff-related concern, which entails the inadequate number of personnel as emphasized by one of the respondents. And I quote, the ratio now is 1 librarian and 1 staff in every unit library. Implementing a reading program at this point in time is not ideal as our core functions will be compromised. Not to mention that we have regular accreditation-related tasks. Allotting or allocating rather funding for reading is not yet our plan. So that's from Ella. So this concern is further exacerbated by intangible factors. Number one, banality or the challenge of inciting innovation and creativity among library staff. Second is incongruity with library leaders' target library goals and focus. And then third, transition period in work, as few of the respondents recently got promoted to their current position. The next hindrance noted is organizational and community-related concerns. So similar to libraries with active reading programs, expanding reach and increasing participation was a roadblock to those libraries with no reading programs. Several of them are heavily focused on fulfilling their role in the instruction, extension, and research. And then this means that they somehow favor academic reading over leisure reading. So for them, academic library is more on support to the research and curricular offerings of the library. Same to libraries with active reading programs. Those who have no reading programs, they indicated financial constraints as a barrier in producing a reading program in their libraries. And then here's the future course of actions identified by the respondents. Number one, aside from additional requests for funding, they realized that a regular budget review must be conducted and an additional 10% in the total cost as a contingency response may be done. Second, strengthen and integrate reading in the library's community engagement trust. Third is to widen network and collaboration with internal and external partners. And then fourth, revive and revamp reading programs that could pique the interest of university students and employees, as reading programs are not only for school-age children. So we have to start thinking outside the box. Fifth, revisit their mobile library project or mobile library dreams and the goal of establishing a book club specifically for college students. And then another course of actions included here is the update of library's physical space and allocating a quiet zone portion intended for silent reading. And then seventh, we have here benchmark other libraries' best practices. And then finally, acquire additional recreational reading materials. Now, our research has its own limitations. So first, this study only centered the discussion on reading programs of top Philippine universities without considering other types of libraries. Second, the dynamics between the research participants plus the facilitator or us, the researchers, may or may not affect the information they share in the discussion. We also noticed that while the research participants were given the liberty to select what schedule will fit with their calendar, one respondent had an unexpected thing to attend to, thus affecting expected duration of the interview. And then third, as this paper focuses only on university libraries, the researchers recommend replication of the study, but this time with the university students, faculty members, and staff, including library support staff, as target respondents to get a holistic view. And then what else? Additional number of university library respondents may also give a different perspective. Here's the references we've used for this research. That ends our presentation. We hope that you have learned something new from our research. Should you need any question, or should you have any question rather, feedback or concerns, you may contact us on the following email addresses. That's rowana.flores@dlsu.edu.ph and vivian.soriente@dlsu.edu.ph. We look forward to hearing from everyone. Any feedback so that we can further improve this paper. We're also open for research collaborations just in case you're interested. That's it from our end. Thank you so much. This has been Rowana, and on behalf of Miss Vivian, my co-author and colleague, we wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable conference ahead. So thank you so much.
So this was the presentation from Philippines. We do have a presentation from Eclevio. Mr. Eclevio is here.
Yes, I'm here.
I know, I know that you're here.
Hi.
Oh. So let
Can
me
I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen, and I have to open the window.
All right.
And yeah. So
Oh,
the presentation about entrepreneurship in Philippine academic libraries, shifting practices and new challenges. So the floor is yours.
all right. Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm Marian Ramos Eclevia from the Philippines. I'm a librarian and also a graduate student from De La Salle University, Manila, Philippines. Thank you for having us. So our paper is about entrepreneurship initiatives of academic libraries in Manila, Philippines. So to introduce our topic, I'd like to begin by saying that higher education institutions are expected to participate actively in a more entrepreneurial climate. So as such, academic libraries are becoming increasingly involved in campus entrepreneurial ecosystems. As entrepreneurship in universities flourishes, academic libraries have struggled to rebrand their identities as service units and also as a provider of diverse learning spaces within the community. Many college students often saw the library as a quiet place to study and to conduct research rather than a source or a resource for reference and research assistance. Despite the technological advancements in higher education institutions, many people would still believe that library is somewhat traditional. So given this, it is common for librarians who have become innovative to reinvent and initiate entrepreneurial endeavors. What's interesting about them is that they continue to identify, analyze, and capitalize on opportunities to create a new generation of services and programs, even though their libraries operate in an increasingly unstable environment due to the rapid technological advances and challenges from political, economic, and financial sectors of our society. According to Gupta and Rubulkaba, the dynamic business climate and constant technological innovation pressure libraries to continue reinvent their services in order for them to support entrepreneurship university. So, what's the meaning of entrepreneurial activity? According to Ahmed and Seymour, entrepreneurial activity is the enterprising human action in pursuit of the generation of value through the creation or expansion of economic activity by identifying and exploiting new products, processes, and markets. Academic librarians may be considered entrepreneurs because of their innovative mindset and the fact that innovation is often linked with entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship was first coined by Pinchot in 1978. It is a people-centered, bottom-up approach to eliciting employee initiatives in order to identify and exploit opportunities and to challenge established processes to create new or improve existing library services. Academic libraries as service units in academic institutions have adopted a business model that views library services as a non-profit knowledge-based enterprise which provides user-friendly information products and services such as online catalog, live chat with librarian, reference services for free or for a minimal fee. Therefore, entrepreneurial librarianship is not focused primarily on generating profits, but on encouraging entrepreneurial mindset to inspire a fresh approach to library services. Academic librarians can become entrepreneurs if they approach their services from a business perspective, if they strive to innovate and enhance their existing services or develop new creative services. Based on the literature, librarian entrepreneurs have essential entrepreneurial skills such as allocating resources for quality service, delegating and organizing tasks and processes, reducing individual and team stresses, accepting leadership responsibility, motivating at all levels, as well as selecting and developing a good team. Based on the existing studies, there is a dearth of research into the viability of entrepreneurial approaches in academic libraries and in the process for developing entrepreneurial activities. In addition, there have yet to be empirical studies on entrepreneurial activities in Philippine academic libraries. Current studies on entrepreneurial librarianship focus on discussion about entrepreneurial initiatives of academic and public libraries abroad. So our paper investigates how library managers develop entrepreneurial activities in terms of idea generation, opportunity recognition and development, service launch, and impact measurement. In addition, we explore the driving factors for successful implementation of entrepreneurial initiatives and determines the challenges that library administrators encountered in meeting the goals of entrepreneurial activities. So for our research method, we use a qualitative multiple case study method to collect data. According to the literature, a case study design is suitable for process-related research such as this one. The subjects of our study were 5 librarians from 4 academic libraries that have received awards from the Philippine Association of Academic and Research Librarians for being the Outstanding Library of the Year, Outstanding Library Program of the Year, and Innovative Library Design Awardee. So these academic libraries were selected because they have developed innovative and sustainable services and programs that other libraries and information centers can replicate. To preserve anonymity, the subjects were referred to as Library A, the advocator, Library B, the designer, Library C, the gamer, and Library D, the trendy. Data were collected primarily through semi-structured interviews recorded using Zoom. The interviews were transcribed verbatim using the closed caption feature of Canvas Studio Basic. Then we evaluated the transcriptions for completeness and accuracy, and we sent them to the participants for validation. So for our findings, I will present the summary in this manner. Our findings suggest that the development of entrepreneurial activities initiated by library managements has been a dynamic and iterative process that continue to evolve. According to Vogel in 2017, the entrepreneurial process can be viewed as a progression from the initial concept to the opportunity for a new venture and expansion. So therefore, the transition between the generation of ideas and the final implementation of an entrepreneurial opportunity takes time. Ideas are stimulated and generated in the early stages of entrepreneurial process. For example, Library B narrated that the idea of creating collaborative spaces started when the university president asked the library director whether she wanted to have a renovated library or a new library building. This strongly shows that top management can influence the development of new services and products by fostering an environment that encourages creativity inside the organization. Furthermore, the participants reported that library director, head librarians, and support staff were involved during the brainstorming process. They also claimed that both directly and indirectly, library customers participated in the ideation process through customer feedback and user experience survey. In particular, Library B reviewed the long-standing customer feedback and identified which concerns could be addressed by the new learning spaces. According to the Zuza in 2017, managing ideas that do not consider clients is challenging but possible. In generating fresh ideas, the participants of this study utilized brainstorming and library benchmarking. After generating an idea, entrepreneurs must take additional steps to identify the optimal opportunity to build a new service or product. The results of this study demonstrate that the participants' expertise, desire to innovate and rebrand, dissatisfaction with existing services and programs, the availability of library resources, customers' feedback, can lead to opportunity recognition and exploitation. In relation to this, the study of Heron and Sapienza claimed that unacceptable dissatisfaction drives individuals to seek new opportunity. Shao et al. Added that entrepreneurs' competencies, past accomplishments, and personality subconsciously affect the search for ideas and the level of aspiration. In opportunity development stage, Library D reported, and I quote, "Some ideas need further exploration. Although the purpose is clear, other things need to be considered, such as timeline, staffing, logistic, and budget. More research needed to be done, and a structured proposal had to be drafted." End of quote. Binov in 2007 supports these actions. He defined opportunity development as the growth or shaping of an idea which entails a continual stream of ideas. Ideas can be evolved, no? Can be evolved in numerous forms such as business concept, business model, business plans. In the opportunity development stage, the participants of this study created project proposals or plans based on their ideas. The project plans outline the proposed, the target purpose, the target recipients, the objectives, the guidelines, the mechanics, logistics, technology requirement, also staffing, budget, and evaluation. According to one of our references, which is the Matscherbach et al. In 2019, they said that assessing the social needs and assets associated with opportunity recognition is necessary. So the participants said that their proposal were presented to the employees, library management, and school administrators for evaluation, feedback, approval, and support. The participants also stated that the proposals were modified in order to meet certain customer needs and demands. Launching happens when new services and spaces and programs are announced and made available to the target market. It requires development of strategies, the acquisition of lacking tangible and intangible resources, as well as the creation of a project team. Plans for launching the entrepreneurial activities vary among the academic libraries in this study. Some participants said that they had formal or informal launching programs during the launch, no? And during the launching, they utilize various resources such as electronic bulletins, video, as well as staff skills. Other participants reported mistakes or failures during the implementation, such as failure to provide workstations for librarians, miscommunication between the project lead team and campus units, as well as delays in delivery of some resources for the program. Since entrepreneurial activity involves taking risks and testing new ideas, tolerance for mistakes and failures is necessary. So therefore, library management should not punish failures but view them as learning opportunities. It is also essential to evaluate the effectiveness of entrepreneurial endeavors based on performance indicators, or what we call KPI, that emphasize outcomes and impacts. When the participants were asked about the outcomes of their entrepreneurial efforts, their responses were positive. After the launch, Library B sought increased social media engagement and received numerous requests from alumni, school administrators, and other libraries to visit their new building. Library C observed a utilization increase of some databases. In addition, Library A highlighted the encouraging feedback from students and faculty who used the virtual reference services during the pandemic outbreak. As such, participants measured their success based on resource utilization, user satisfaction, customer feedback, and return experience. When the participants were asked what motivated them to produce ideas and transform them into a new service or program, their responses differed. For instance, the director of Library A explained that the circumstances when the COVID-19 pandemic struck into 2020 compelled her to think outside the box strategies to reach students and faculty. And in addition, Library B and C were motivated by the decision of the top management, by their desire to address the customer feedback, desire to rebrand the image of the library and the librarian themselves, the declining attendance in information literacy webinars, and finally, because of their personal vision to do better or to create new services. The participants were also asked to identify the factors leading to the successful entrepreneurial efforts. So among the factors are innovative culture, strong collaboration with student organization, effective communication skills, extensive and careful planning, customer insights, stakeholder supports, staff expertise. Technology is also important, budget, and partnership relationship. According to Ahmed and Harrison, executing entrepreneurial activities entails various risks and difficulties and challenges. So Library A noted frequent changes in administrators and unsupportive school administrators as challenges. Another challenge is the delay in the delivery of library furniture to Library B. Also, Library C indicated that obtaining participants from various autonomous campus, communicating with other university library system, and accommodating staff schedule were challenging for them. Due to their lack of knowledge, Library C participants struggled to construct the gamified library orientation. On the other hand, budget and technology become challenges for Library D. So these findings are aligned with the paper of Matsebacher et al. In 2019, wherein funding and other forms of support for entrepreneurial activities are challenging at some point. In addition, the attitude of employees toward introducing new services may also be an impediment, particularly when employees perceive new services as an additional workload. So for our conclusion, our findings suggest that entrepreneurial process from ideation to impact measurement is dynamic and iterative. Developing entrepreneurial activities requires commitment, dedication, and willingness to learn from successes and failure. The findings also indicate that creating new or modifying existing library services and programs to enhance user experience is the key motivator for innovation. Employee involvement and customer feedback are essential to successful idea generation, opportunity recognition, and opportunity exploitation. Finally, the participants demonstrated a positive change in the user behavior and user utilization, which resulted from entrepreneurial endeavors. We therefore conclude that academic libraries can create new services, programs, spaces to satisfy the changing demand of their communities if they nurture an entrepreneurial culture. Encouraging employees to innovate can drive organizational growth and help academic libraries develop a sustainable approach to achieve innovations within the library and contribute to the institution's competitiveness. Therefore, the benefits of entrepreneurship in academic libraries, if employed effectively, include to stay relevant, adaptive to changing environments, driving organizational growth, staying competitiveness, and developing sustainable approaches to achieve innovation. So that would be all, and thank you very much for your kind listening. My email is on your screen. If you have questions for clarification or you want to have a copy of our results, please do so. Please contact us to my email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marian Ramos. Do we have any questions for Marian Eclevia? Yes, I know the video was too long. Yeah, I know. So we're moving on. We have on site responding to labor market needs in industrial property education in Slovenia and Croatia. How can academic libraries contribute? So let me just.
Do I stay? Do I stand?
Do I have the presentation?
Yes, it's on the.
Yeah, just to share it on the screen.
This one here. Whatever. Yes.
Yeah, I will. And I think we're done. Yeah. To put it to full screen. Yeah.
Good.
The floor is yours. I know I don't have to push you now because you are the only
Oh,
you're
okay.
here,
Yeah.
but you have 15
I'll keep it short. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'll keep it short. So, hello, everyone. Our presentation is titled "Responding to Labor Market Needs in Industrial Property Education in Slovenia and Croatia." We were considering how academic libraries can contribute to this. This research is done by myself and my colleagues from Slovenia and Croatia. You see them on the slide. In the interest of time, I'm not going to name all of them now. Sorry, let me just see how I can change my slides. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go give a little bit of context to our research, what we have done, tell you about the aims of objectives, both of our research and the project the research is connected to, explain the methodology, the results itself in a brief manner, and then what we have concluded, and we will offer some practical recommendations. The context of this study is it is a part of our research project, an Erasmus Plus IPEDU project titled Introducing Intellectual Property Education for Lifelong Learning and the Knowledge Economy, which is co-founded by the Erasmus Plus program of the EU. In this project, we have different partners, 8 institutions and 1 SME MB think tank. These are colleagues from Ireland, from Romania, from the University of Crete, from Portugal, from Spain. We are from Zagreb. Our colleagues that did this study with us are from Slovenia, and also we have colleagues from Germany. So this consortium has been tasked to do certain actually expert interventions in curriculums of educational programs of technical libraries in Europe. We're focused not so much on intellectual property in the academic sense as we are focused on industrial property more specifically. So we're here in this project answering this demand that we have noticed in the labor market for experts with competencies which are a higher level of competencies in the industrial property field. And some of the institutions that are inside this project have noticed that their students come to their libraries and they ask them for kind of knowledge in this sense, the industrial property knowledge, in order to kind of exploit their creative products in the open market. So we are looking at what the librarian's role could be in that context. So looking at the literature, we have found actually very little evidence that librarians are recognized as partners currently in this field. Yes, in intellectual property, but not so much in specifically industrial property. So our goal in this study is to present what we have found or to actually present the results of our first 2 intellectual outputs, namely the reports of the state of the art, what kind of competencies employers actually value, and what is the awareness about industrial property skills and competencies of non-lawyers within European labor markets. So we're investigating the real needs, the expectations of employers in that sense in the labor market. And we are comparing only the 2 partners, Croatia and Slovenia. And we are comparing them because we have comparable educational and economic and political contexts. We have a shared historical background. So this is an interesting comparison because of that. The results from other countries don't vary so much as what you will see here. There are some minor differences, but here we focus on only this comparison between Croatia and Slovenia. Alongside these state-of-the-art reports, we're also actually doing like an outline for a curriculum, developing online modules. We are creating a toolkit that will help future librarians in terms of the law knowledge that they have to have in order to help library users with, I don't know, for example, applying for a patent or for getting a geographical indication or something like that. So in this present study, we have asked employers about what kind of skills and competencies they value in terms of what they think the job candidates and their employees should have in the context of industrial property. And we have made an online survey, which was created by all the IPEDU project members, translated in the language of each country. It consisted of 11 menu-based, Likert-scaled, and alternative questions. Our sample were companies and offices that actually deal with industrial property, that work with employment candidates or have an IP department or a function. And we were focusing, because we have technical universities, on more these technical kind of profiles. Most of us approached these companies through our chambers of commerce, which seemed like a good way to do it because they have all the data about the registered companies in certain countries. And first of our findings was that a very little interest actually we have sparked very little interest in the companies in our national context. We have approached in Slovenia 215 countries, in Croatia directly 307 companies, but in Slovenia only 50 filled out the questionnaire. In Croatia only 19 companies filled out the questionnaire. So our research questions were how important are industrial property skills and competencies of non-lawyers to Croatian and Slovenian employers, which industrial property skills and competencies they need are needed in the labor market of these countries, and what is the attitude of Slovenian and Croatian employers towards training in industrial property, which is the purpose of our project. So you can see here the sample structure based on the participants' country of origin. As I said, the Slovenian sample is 50 companies, ours is 19. But this doesn't mean that we have covered the industry sectors in the same way. You can see here on the slide that in Croatia, engineering and technical companies or companies audited on engineering and technical skills are more present in the Croatian sample than in the Slovenian, which has a more varied structure. But this is also indicative of the actual sectors that were interested in participating in this study. So for our results, we have 3 parts of the study. First, I will say something about the general attitudes towards industrial property knowledge, then about the actual skills and competencies these employers have preferred, and what would their attitudes towards industrial property education then be? And only briefly, and not all of the questions, just what was important. So we asked them how relevant IP knowledge for them is. And we can see that in Croatia, our employers stated that it's very relevant. But in Slovenia, we see that that's not the case. And we have much more of these companies and employers who say that it's not relevant at all for them, or that it's just somewhat relevant. So we see here the first kind of difference between the Croatian and Slovenian companies. When asked how often they deal with industrial property issues, we also see that Slovenian sample, actually the Slovenian companies from Slovenia deal less with this kind of knowledge and this kind of issues. And in Croatia, perhaps because we kind of have a lot of people from engineering where patents are very important and are commonplace. And the Slovenian sample has more like industries from the food industry, or some even said that they do not believe that they are not a part of the industry sector, but have a company. We are not sure what they've meant by that, and they have said that they very often. Very rarely deal with industrial property issues. So these results are congruent with the before mentioned results. Employers' perceived benefit of IP knowledge, whether they think it's valuable or beneficial for the success of their company. We see that, again, in Croatia, employers value this kind of knowledge, and less so in the Slovenian sample. We have explored various skills and competencies. I will mention only 3, which have been the most important. Here is a list of all the explored skills and competencies that we have investigated. You can see them later in our presentations, which will be online. But what was most important, and maybe again in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slides and go directly to this slide, which kind of is an overview of the answers about the skills and competencies of the Croatian and Slovenian employers. So what they most value, I'm sorry, I have to click something here. Okay. What they most value, both in Croatia and Slovenia, we see here our answers are congruent, is actually knowing what industrial property is. So this kind of basic level of knowledge was very important. The second thing that they all said is very important is actually knowing when you are infringing certain other people's industrial property assets. And the third most important competency, most valued competency, was actually the knowledge of how to then utilize the industrial property in their work. So we have here a comparison between the job candidates and the employees, and these three skills, so the prospective employees and the current employees, and these three skills, these three competencies are the most important competencies in both of those cases. What is interesting for current employees, we see that between Croatia and Slovenia, they also think that the least important competency is to actually have knowledge of basics of industrial property law, which they think that knowing the law itself is the least important competency. And this was quite congruent between the two samples, but also throughout all of the samples that in the 8 countries of our partners. So we found this really interesting because it points to a kind of a lack of awareness of the value of industrial property knowledge, and that actually knowing at least some basic law in this field is actually necessary to help people who want to utilize and to protect their own or exploit their own industrial property creations. Sorry. So moving on to the last part of our results, we have asked them then about whether they would value a certain training in industrial property for their employees. And we have then first asked how often they actually offer training in industrial property for non-lawyers. And we see that it's actually the case that either rarely or never are the most common answers. There is some training, but it's not really systematic. When we ask them about the perceived benefit of such education and such training, we here see again see the difference between the Croatian and Slovenian samples, because as I said earlier, Slovenians value this kind of, or think that it's not so imperative for the success of their company. We see that they actually then value less also the potential kind of education and training offers, while in the Croatian sample it's a bit different. And we asked them how often this training should be offered. Most of them said in Croatia that it should be offered on a regular basis, but not more than once a year. While we see a less kind of a consensus between employers in Slovenia. They say either it's whenever an IP issue arises, or once in every second year. Again, congruent with those answers that they don't see it as crucial. I think the last one of the last questions we ask is who should be the person that actually deals with industrial property related issues. In Croatia, we most often or always prefer to use our own employees, while in Slovenia we see that the case that they usually prefer an external IP specialist, because as they said, they don't deal with IP related issues so often. So having an own employee might not be interesting for them. Employers perceive value of employees with industrial property knowledge and skills. Are they useful? Do they save costs? Do they save time? In Croatia, kind of a either they are not sure or they say that yes, they are valuable, and in Slovenia, a less kind of a then again, the less clear situation, you see that there's a third of answers reserved for each of the options. So what does it all mean, and what have we kind of then concluded? We see that employers do value IP competencies of their employees and do acknowledge their basic positive impacts, although Slovenian employers don't seem to perceive them as decisive for the success of their company. This also means that the industry sector has yet to agree with what we know is the WIPO's assessment that intellectual and hence industrial property education of non-jurists is very important. So this points us to this kind of a lack of awareness about the value of industrial property knowledge in the European context, because this is also a finding that was that could be perceived in the samples of all the other partners that participated in the project. We have concluded that further studies are needed that would look into opinions of particular sectors. Now we have like a clear, general picture, but from some of the answers, we actually steer toward this answer that their needs might be very different depending on the sector, industry sector they come from. And as we have seen from the low kind of number of responses and interest for the study, we think we need to develop more specific motivational strategies to advocate more for the value of industrial property knowledge, to actually hear them and get their participation in industrial property research, right? Research about the potential of industrial property knowledge and educations. So there were many similarities regarding the competencies, as I have explained. One important thing to mention here, besides the most valid competencies, was that if we know that the least valued competency is knowing the basics of industrial property law, we should then also, this informs the way we should provide education, because as WIPO also states, principles of intellectual property and hence industrial property should remain intact, and the value of actual law knowledge is important, and this should be made clear and kind of transferred as knowledge to people who will participate in potential educational offerings. Yeah. So, okay, more advocacy, as I said, and we have seen about the trainings and educations that they do value to a certain extent the organized training events, but are organized infrequently, not really adequately. And we have actually concluded that they do not see themselves as primary disseminators of industrial property knowledge. So maybe because of that, enter libraries. We could discuss whether libraries are those who could not be perhaps primary disseminators, but one of the disseminators of industrial property knowledge. We think libraries are naturally positioned to transfer this kind of basic knowledge about intellectual and industrial property rights, because they work with students there, and they hear their needs, and in these kind of technical libraries, students come to them, they research about existing patents, this is the kind of the place where they do their creative also work. In the end, we think that librarians with industrial property knowledge need to be embedded in HEI. This might not be for every kind of library important, but for these kind of institutions, it could be very important and even decisive. We should also capitalize on our traditional roles and functions, which means it's not only about about these technical libraries, but also the general citizenry. They do create, they do kind of develop certain intellectual projects that they could, and they do seek knowledge about how to protect them. And librarians and libraries, especially public libraries, could be those who steer them towards these kind of more expert-oriented institutions like departments of intellectual property protection, etc., and then kind of steer them towards these places where they can get valuable knowledge about how to protect and participate in the labor market, in the market of ideas. And we have also discussed that as they are public spaces, libraries could become more places of business incubation and offer space for people to actually do creative work. And we see how that could actually then position libraries in context of a certain local economic development sense and develop the entrepreneurial skills of our citizens. These are our conclusions. Most of it is repeated what I have said already. I would just like to say in the end that that we in the project think that libraries and librarians are usefully positioned to engage in advocacy and industrial property education and training. But this is of course open for discussion. More information about our project is on our website if somebody is interested, and here are references. Thank you for your attention. And if there are any questions, I can.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, the next presentation is virtual.
Επειδή αυτό κάνει extend από προχθές, κοίτα που θα το δεις τώρα. Το βλέπεις, οπότε το κάνεις έτσι και εμφανίζεται.
Ωραία, θα ήθελα το mouse από μένα.
Να το. Τώρα το βλέπεις, οκ. Αυτό παθαίνει, το βλέπεις σαν έξτρα τέτοια. Πέρασες το presentation.
Hi, Mabuhay from
Hi, I'm Marian Ramos Eclevia from De La Salle University in Manila, Philippines. On behalf of my co-author, I'd like to...
Entrepreneurship, το είπε. Άρα δεν έχουμε άλλο. Να ρωτήσουμε αν είναι εδώ. So,
the next presentation is virtual. Yes.
yes, can we ask if the Michael Reberg is here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So
Can
you can
you-
start sharing your screen because we were searching about you, sorry.
Okay.
So you're here and we are all ready to hear you. You can start sharing your screen.
Yes, can you see this?
You can introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. And we're a little bit short of time, right? So I'll be quick then. Well, my name is Mikael Reberg. I work as an educational developer and project manager at Mid Sweden University Library. And my presentation is not so research oriented. It's more of a practical project that I'm going to talk a little bit about. And I'm trying to be brief in my presentation so we don't lose so much time. But this,
Sorry, can you give us 1 minute, please?
okay.
Just to share your screen.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry. Can you share your screen again? Βικέλα λίγο, δεν μπορέσαμε να κάνουμε share. Thank you very much.
Τι έγινε?
Okay, να το μεταφέρουμε.
Το κάνω εγώ. Όχι, όχι, δεν το κάνεις έτσι.
Okay.
Βάλτε και θα φέρω το screen. I'm really sorry. Just a second. Τι έκανες το πίτο?
Πήγα από πάνω.
Όχι, όχι.
Ωραία, το μεταφέρεις από εδώ.
Κάτσε λίγο. Μπορείς να το κάνεις γιατί θα το έκανα με το control.
Ωραία.
Λοιπόν, θα το κάνω με αυτό. Περίμενε. Now you can see it, yes. Okay. Τώρα παίζει, We're ready. Μην το ξαναπειράξεις.
Okay, you can start now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about a more practical project that we have been working with here at Mid Sweden University Library. And this project had the purpose of adding a new form of library service to our portfolio of supporting students and researchers. And that was trying to make an exhibition in the library space as a form of research communications. This is the aim and context of my paper. I will not read that out loud. You can read it yourself later, maybe. But the exhibition was based on the context of our university is located in the north of Sweden, and there's a lot of forest industry here, and large parts of the research going on at the university is in some way oriented toward forest questions, even if it's both humanities and social sciences and natural sciences and technology. There are some aspects of forest. So our exhibition was called Man in the Forest and the Forest in Man. And this was the first exhibition we as library staff tried to do, so it was a learning experience. But the purpose, as I said, was to add this new kind of service to our portfolio. And we thought that making exhibitions can be actually a good way to expand these kind of services, since research communication is something that the researchers have a hard time sometimes to get time to do. From a research perspective, I mean, doing research, you have a lot of complex research material to, give this a new shape, a new form to present it to the public is something that takes a lot of time. And sometimes you are part of a complex multidisciplinary research projects. There different disciplines also can have a little bit of differing ways of communicating things. So there's a lack of time, resources, maybe also knowledge and skills, how to identify, choose, and reach the right audience for your research findings. And also there is a change within the field of research communication that doesn't always, go from trying to just inform a public about what you have researched about, but also to move towards more of a dialogue and participation aspect of research communication. And also there is the Swedish National Agency for Higher Education has stressed the importance of outreach, the importance of spreading research information to the public, since it is part of the democratic society, building knowledge about what taxpayers' money is going to and so on. So this was something important from the research perspective. From the library perspective, we think about ourselves as a point of access or linkage between buildings on campus, which means that there are a lot of visitors and students that kind of utilize the library spaces for a lot of different things, but it's kind of a central point on campus. And also we think about library as a third space where students, through their own creativity and dialogue with research and researchers and interactivity, can also in some minor ways take ownership of the university. It's kind of their neutral place. And also we think about library as a learning space, and we think about library as a place for lifelong learning. We want also the general public to come back and visit us after graduation and use our resources and take part of what the university can be. So making exhibitions in the library can be a way of promoting the library as a relevant space for a wider community also. So the library is a common ground for researchers and library staff, as well as students and other visitors. That means different publics that we can reach with this kind of research communications. So that was the context or background to why we tried to do this. So the exhibition project was a collaboration with a few disciplines at the university and some researchers. We had researchers from biology, we had scholars within literature, tourism, history professors, we had scientists in ecotechnology. And all of these have, of course, very different perspectives and use different methods and ask different questions. But this was also interesting, even if it was kind of hard in the beginning to try to make some kind of unifying concept for the exhibition. I mean, the history scholars, they discussed how views on forests and the value of forests had changed over the 300 years that the modernization and industrialization of northern parts of Sweden had taken part. So that was kind of one perspective. The biologists, they discussed very much how the biodiversity of the boreal forests had needed thousands of years to establish itself as an environment. And that was in contrast to how the industrial forestry view on the forest and the trees, that they should be or could be harvested after about 70 years. So that was kind of a conflict of interest there. And the scientists within ecotechnology, I mean, they were very interested in how the forest works as a kind of repository for carbon dioxide emissions, and how the forest can cool down the general temperature in these areas, and of course how to mathematically calculate these kind of balances in carbon dioxide and energy outtakes and things like that. The tourists were interested in how people leaving their urban environments and visiting forest areas to experience a kind of authentic natural experience, and how they also try to represent this experience online through social media and things like that. And last but not least, the literature scholar were very interested in how eco-poetry were trying to give voice to nature itself. Different writers were trying to let nature speak through poetry, and also how this kind of literature could be understood as a way of expressing a kind of northern identity for the people that lives in these parts, surrounded by forests, but also depending on forest industry as a income and so on. So it was kind of different perspectives meshed together in the project. So when we set out to work through this, we tried to find some kind of narratives that were unifying for the researchers. And of course, the importance of time in their research was one of these central points for the exhibition to use. What's time when it comes to changes in ecosystems, economics, history, sustainability, the forest value to mankind. Another of these kind of narratives that we wanted to highlight was these different areas of tension between the natural forest and the cultural man-made forest, so to say. The tree versus the forest as a larger totality. Life versus death was also a part of this discussion, since there is actually more life in a dead log in the forest, than in a living tree, because of all the fungus and insects and stuff like that. So different views conflicting each other, the anthropocentric view versus the biocentric view, and so on. And also the forest as a place, as a kind of identity, a symbol, an experience, an idea, and so on. So focusing on time then, these 5 disciplines had different views and perspectives on time, so we had to kind of build these together somehow. And of course, using a timeline is something that comes maybe very top of mind, is to do a timeline. And of course, we use timeline. It's very useful to give information that has a kind of linear order. It presents something in a kind of chronological time. So the boreal forest has grown during 10,000s of years, and we could contrast that with the history scholars' research about the last 300 years. So we put them together on the same timeline. It's of course hard to put this on one timeline because it would be very long, but of course the scale isn't exactly 1-to-1 here. But we found that this was a good way to contrast these two views, with the boreal forest being 10,000 years old and the changes on what value the forest had during the last 300s and those kind of things. So we used different colors, and we lifted out the history in 3 kind of information signs here, from 1700s to 1800s and 1900s, and discussed a little bit there. And we also used some pieces of wood and show the growth rings to kind of show that the way humans experience time is very much based on their own, age and the human lifespan. But a tree left growing has another kind of time perspective, which can be shown through these growth rings. This particular tree is 150 years old, so it has seen both the First and the Second World War. It has seen the birth of the internet, and there is a lot of things that we have marked out just to get an experience of that there is a different viewpoint. And of course, the biologist was very interested in dendrochronology. So we tried also to show what that method is about and what you can get, what kind of information you can get by using dendrochronology. Research communication is not only about research findings, but also trying to educate what the scientific method is about. And we also tried to make a timeline manifest through placing a few tools on this bench that is attached here. It looks like kind of random order here, but there is actually hand tools from the beginning of the forest industry's development, going to chainsaws and some miniature models of the highly industrial forestry industry that is used today. So there is a kind of development there also. Yeah. So that's the timeline. And that connects to biology and history mainly. But then there was the question about how to present poetic time, how to present aspects of time as being in time and the nature's own time perspective. So here we tried to combine some nice photography from forest, just trying to give some kind of feeling for the forest, and combining these with some kind of quotes from a few of these eco-poets that the literature scholar had studied in his research. And we also made sure that we had these kind of pictures in many places in the exhibition. And we also wanted to have interactive aspects. So we also asked the visitors to make their own eco poetry and post it on the walls. So the green leaves that you see in the picture there is actually poetry from our visitors. Of course, this was a way of trying to invite them to be a part of the exhibition, but also be a part of this type of time perspective, trying to think through nature. And furthermore, to being in time also meant that we just didn't want the visitor to stroll around and take in the information and read the signs and look at the picture, and you know, the cognitively process this kind of research. We also wanted them to take a break, take a pause, and actually feel the forest in some respect. In the exhibition, we had bird songs, kind of low-key bird songs playing in the environment. We also tried to make some birch trees here. If you can see the pipes that are painted with some leaves and greenery, and we also put a lot of objects from the forest in this environment. But we also placed an armchair here for the visitor to actually sit and just contemplate for a while, and be in the environment and think about these questions and relax, as a way of giving another aspect of time to the exhibition. The second part then is the use of statistical information. It's hard to not present some kind of numbers when there is so many researchers and that have so much interesting material to present. Statistics are important to kind of visually design so that they are understandable at a glance in this kind of environment. It's kind of hard to be too detailed, and it's hard to just present numbers. You have to kind of give them a form so they are understandable and accessible. So we made some once again, this was our first time as a kind of excuse. we made some signs that we later redesigned, but our first efforts was, okay, the sign should be forest themed. It had some forest imagery on it. There was a bullet list that declared different things about who owned the forest, who, how many endangered species are living in the forest areas, and so on. So there was bullet list, there were text, there were numerical values. It had an interesting dynamic layout, we thought, that could, pull the visitor's eye towards this sign. It was profiled with the logotypes for the exhibition and the university and so on. And it had a quite compact format that made it it would fit in the exhibition for the designed designated wall space that we thought it should be. And it had a standard format for compared to the other signs in the exhibition. But our university is a two-campus university. We have a library in two units of library. So we moved the exhibition to be shown at the other campus as well. And there it was a much larger space for the exhibition and much larger wall space. So we took the opportunity to try to redesign these statistics. And then we thought, okay, it should still be forest theme, but instead of an internal dynamic in the sign, we should do an external dynamic. So we broke free all of these kind of statistical percentage that were presented as a bullet list in the last version, and tried to do colored bar graphs and have a non-standard format compared to the other signs. But still, we used the percentage and had legends, smaller signs that explained what the graph was about. So this was two ways of trying to work with presenting visually the statistical facts. The later one with the bar graphs is more direct when it comes to showing proportions between different statistics, but it still kind of needs a textual explanation. So it isn't perfect in no way. And also when we critically reflected and analyzed our exhibition afterwards, we also noted that there are some problematics with statistics in this form because it doesn't illustrate the fractured state of areas that has natural forests. It's a very small percentage that still are protected forests, natural forests, but this is also very fractured, so it gave kind of a wrong impression of the state of things. Okay, so the concluding reflections then is that the visual design skills is something that our design team should have taken more time to learn and develop. This was more and more manifest for us that this is something that we need to study up and learn more about, because it is very important when we are trying to do this kind of projects with exhibitions. And we should also have planned ahead more time for focused discussions about visual aspects of our prototype signs. So make sure that they are thought through more before we launch them. And maybe we had too many and different research time perspectives in the same exhibition. It was kind of hard to make them equally important and manifest. But well, we succeeded somewhat. And also we learned that designing visual representations of statistics need more thought and work than we planned for. Also, I think we as a team and team members, we need to have a deeper understanding about statistics itself. There's a lot to learn about statistics and that is important to to also transfer it into a visual representation. But overall, producing an exhibition in the library is a really good learning opportunity, and it was very rewarding way to work with researchers. So this is something that I hope we will be able to do more of in the future. Yeah, I will end there, but I'm very thankful. If you have questions or comments, you can always mail me. I know we are a little bit short of time now, so but there are some references also. Yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Now, according to the program, we have a break, almost 20 minutes, I think we have. Thank you very much. Τώρα ναι.
Hello, we are the team from California State University.
Hello, everyone. This is Joe Marti sa
Hello, we are the team from California State University Channel
Vamos ver. Não deve ser a nossa. Quem é? Pois, exato, era isso que eu estava a pensar. De onde é que eu conheço este nome? Mas afinal ainda não passou. Eu acho que ainda.
Okay, we can start. Ξεκινάμε. Okay, now we can start with the first presentation. It is virtual. The title of the presentation is if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. So the presentation is virtual, and I'm going to play a video.
Hello, we are the team from California State University Channel Islands, and our presentation is if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. Leadership questionnaires, academic library director data, and the possibilities of analyzing ordinal variables as continuous. Next slide.
Throughout the presentation, we will be covering the measurements, survey design considerations, the instruments that were used, testing theories, stating our hypotheses, showing the results and findings, the impact, and ending with the challenges. Next slide.
One of the most popular types of rating scales used in survey research is the Likert scale, which offers a series of responses for participants to rate a statement or a set of statements that ranges from strongly agree to strongly disagree, with a neutral option in the middle. The neutral option represents the middle point. One potential disadvantage of having a neutral option is that it could serve as a safe haven for a silent minority of participants who hold an unpopular viewpoint and may be reluctant to express it. And in a world that is increasingly turning to data-driven processes, it behooves us to ensure that those processes are sound in order to be inclusive and equitable. Next slide, please.
I will briefly discuss some of the benefits and drawbacks of questionnaire length. Questionnaire length may affect several factors of participant responses, including effort, variability in answers, and willingness to participate. This also includes the perception of length by the participant. In one study, it was found that participants who were informed of the length of time required to complete a questionnaire in advance were less likely to participate if they were told that the survey would require more time. However, shortening or lengthening a questionnaire may impact reliability and validity of a construct or domain. In another study, it was found that while longer questionnaires provide a better reflection of real-life decisions, variants introduced by longer questionnaires reduce reliability due to item differences. On the other hand, while shorter questionnaires may have stronger reliability, this may be due to a narrow breadth of the construct assessed. In addition, it is a common observation that of those respondents who do participate in longer questionnaires, answers toward the end of the survey are generally more fatigued, less original, and shorter than answers near the start of the survey. Nikita will now discuss the importance of neutral options.
The neutral option represents the middle point amid agree and disagree, signifying an impartial level of support or opinion. Despite the widespread use of Likert scales and its inclusion of a neutral option, there has been considerable debate about the advantages and disadvantages of having a midpoint. The inclusion of a neutral option can be beneficial for participants who are unsure or do not have a strong opinion on a particular topic. It allows them to provide an honest response, which can lead to the collection of clean and reliable data. On the other hand, if participants are forced to make a choice when they feel neutral about a subject, it may result in biased data. And now to cover the topic of scale options, we have Adriana.
The number of scale options has been not a one-size-fits-all. It is best to base the number of scale options on the amount and type of information given or received through the questionnaire. A study showed that increasing the number of options on the number scale has shown a decrease in reliability within the questionnaire. And next, Sean will cover the ordinal variables.
Given that we have a fairly large respondent base and an adequate scale size, is it possible to treat ordinal data as though it were continuous while still seeing similar variances and directionality? Next slide, please.
The Multi-Factor Leadership Questionnaire, or MLQ, and the Authentic Leadership Questionnaire, or ALQ, are two popular survey instruments that are widely used to measure leadership styles and qualities. The ALQ consists of 16 items that are used to measure 4 different scales, which are relational transparency, internalized moral perspective, balanced processing, and self-awareness. On the other hand, the MLQ consists of 45 items that are used to measure 6 different scales: transformational, transactional, passive avoidant, extra effort, effectiveness, and satisfaction. It is important to note that both the ALQ and MLQ utilize ordinal measures. In other words, the scores are based on a ranking system rather than a numerical one. In our study, we had a sample size of 497 participants who completed the questionnaires. Next slide, please. The null hypothesis of our study proposed that there are no differences between statistical test results when ordinal data is treated as continuous. In other words, we wanted to investigate if ordinal data could be treated as continuous and if this approach affects the statistical outcomes. The conventional hypothesis, on the other hand, assumed that variables must be converted within the dataset to accurately measure the magnitude of difference between ordinal categories and prevent the data from becoming unmanageable. To test these hypotheses, we conducted a statistical analysis on a dataset consisting largely of Likert scale data collected from academic library director leadership surveys. We compared the results of statistical tests interpreting the ordinally measured data as ordinal and then as continuous, and evaluated the potential advantages and disadvantages of each approach. Next slide, please.
We analyzed correlations between 17 leadership factors and age using Kendall's TAL-B test. 4 of these leadership factor age correlations were significant. These factors are individual consideration, management by exception active, laissez-faire, and transparency. Next, we looked at correlations between leadership factors and age using Pearson's R. Again, we found significance between the same 4 leadership factors and age using Pearson's R as we did using Kendall's TAL-B test. No other significance was found for correlations between leadership factors and age using Pearson's R. As displayed in the table shown here for both tests, individual consideration and age had a positive weak correlation. Management by exception active and age had a negative weak correlation. Laissez-faire and age had a negative weak correlation, and transparency and age had a positive weak correlation. In summary, we found that correlational analysis of leadership factors with respect to age, whether treated as ordinal or continuous data, resulted in the same significance as well as correlations that were similar in strength and direction. Next slide, please.
2 sets of analysis were performed on the same type of data of leadership in historically Black colleges using different measuring levels. The first data set being run was the leadership data as an ordinal measurement through a Mann-Whitney U test. while the second set was ran as a continuous measurement through a point by serial test. The results showed that each test had different significant data, and of the initial 5, only 2 matched when the change of ordinal to continuous. This means we would reject ordinal hypotheses and say that there is a difference between treatment as ordinal and treatment as continuous. Next slide.
We also tested the ordinal measures of leadership against a locale variable, which was a more than 2 value ordinal variable measuring degree of urbanness. When tested as leadership factors as ordinal against the ordinal, we used the Kruskal-Wallis H, and 4 factors out of the 17 were significant statistically. When we changed the leadership factors to a continuous variable and analyzed it against the ordinal locale variable, we used Kendall's tau b. And as you can see by the tables, while one measure stayed positive, the 2 others, laissez-faire and self-awareness, did not appear in the first test. We have to reject the null hypothesis that these tests would have the same results. Next slide.
To effectively discuss our findings, it's important to consider the impact of the limited range of the Likert scales used in our ordinal data, ranging from 0 to 4, which falls short of the recommended range for treating ordinal data as continuous, ranging from 0 to 7. Additionally, the data collected from self-rated scores of library leaders about themselves displays a significant degree of skewness, unlike the national data used for instrument validation. It is essential to provide sound justifications for regarding ordinal data as a close approximation of continuous data, and to acknowledge that the distance between ordinal points may not be uniform, as it is in continuous variables. Next slide, please.
Given that quantitative data is paving our way forward in the world, and given that the results in our efforts rejected the null hypothesis that there should be no difference between the statistical tests in 2 of our 3 cases, then these findings serve as a critical reminder of the importance of proper methodology. This leads to some questions such as, what if there are things that have been missed in the decision-making process because of the lack of significant variance detection? Would it make sense in cases like that to run data multiple times? If so, under what circumstances? Does this ultimately become a question of inclusion as we move forward, leaning more heavily on machine learning and data-driven decision-making? And ultimately, are data gaps part of the reason that leadership might think one way while the organization that they lead feels a different way? That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time.
So thank you. Are there any questions? So we can continue with the next presentation. The title of the presentation is Does one size fit all ages? Results of an international survey on academic library services for non-degree seeking older adults. This presentation also is virtual, right? And
yes, if you can play the video, I'll be here for any questions.
okay, I can play the video and you can introduce yourself.
My name is Giovanna. I'm one of the 2 co-investigators. My colleague April and I conducted the study, and we're from McGill University in Montreal, Quebec.
Thank you.
My name is April, and I will cover the first half of the presentation and then pass it over to my colleague, Giovanna. So I want to tell you first a bit about the McGill Community for Lifelong Learning, also known as MCLL. It was originally established as the McGill Institute for Learning in Retirement in 1989. Although members tend to be of retirement age, there are in fact no age restrictions. It falls under the School of Continuing Studies, but they keep membership costs down by using a volunteer peer teaching model, and they surpassed 1,000 members in 2020. So since the MCLL curriculum is built on active member participation, the library is an important resource for them. They have the same borrowing privileges as undergraduate students, with remote access to over 5 million electronic items. They never really had a librarian dedicated to their members, so in 2018 I took on the role of MCLL liaison librarian, in addition to my science liaison duties. So Giovanna and I were at QQML in 2019 in Florence, and at that time we presented the preliminary studies, the results of a diary study, where we asked MCLL members to record their information-seeking behaviors over a 10-week period. We learned that lifelong learners on a university campus are looking for information on a specific topic, a person, or a book, and that they use a variety of resources, but find books and periodicals most useful. They enjoy the information-seeking process, but at the same time face challenges finding trustworthy or reliable information to answer their questions. So we thought that it was only fitting that we return to QQML with results from our follow-up study. So expanding on the diary study, we want to paint a picture of older adults' library use at colleges and universities worldwide. The first question here is about accessibility of academic library services to non-degree seeking older adults who are pursuing lifelong learning opportunities. The second is about tailoring of the services to this community. And the third, whether the COVID-19 pandemic led to any persistent changes to services. There is literature on public library services to older adults during the pandemic, but we're looking at it from the perspective of academic libraries. These research questions guided the design of a survey. So a survey was selected as the research method since it allows for the collection of information about libraries from around the globe, and these details about services for older adults are not easily determined from library websites. The survey was available in both English and French, since we do have Francophone universities in our province in Canada. The online consent form and survey were created with Lime Survey. So before sending the survey out, we generated an email distribution list by identifying one appropriate library professional working at each of the institutions that are members of either the Canadian Association of Research Libraries, the Association of Research Libraries, or the Age-Friendly University Network. This person was identified by looking at position titles on the library's websites, and our order of relevance was lifelong learning, continuing education, or adult learning librarian, then head of reference services, then associate university librarian of public services, then head of the humanities or social sciences library, followed by education librarian. So we sent pre-contact notification emails to these 196 individuals. And a week later, we sent them the invitation with the survey link. We also sent it out to several listservs from IFLA, ALA, and the UK. So 2 reminder emails were sent at 2-week intervals, with the second reminder being sent on August 15th of last year. And there were 15 questions in the survey, and a copy of it can be found in our conference paper. And the survey opened with a mix of 1 short answer and 4 multiple choice questions that collected information about the demographics of the institution. And I'm going to present the results of these questions, and then Giovanna will talk about the multiple choice questions that covered the different library services, the questions about position titles, changes to existing services due to COVID-19, and library plans to support this group. So the 32 people completed the survey in total. 14 of them were from institutions that were contacted directly through that distribution list. Just over 2/3 of the respondents were from the US, and the rest were from 7 different countries. So Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, Nigeria, Switzerland, Taiwan, and the United Kingdom. We did ask them to enter the names of their institutions to help aggregate responses from the same institution if necessary, but only 1 response was received per university. So we asked them if there was a lifelong learning center, unit, or group primarily for older adults pursuing non-degree learning opportunities at their institution. And 20 respondents said yes. So these groups ranged in size from less than 100 to greater than 500 people. And 7 out of the 20 who are aware of these older adult learners on campus reported that the size of this group is just not available. 10 of them have reduced tuition for older adults, and 4 offer free education to them. And those universities offering reduced or free tuition were from 5 different countries. We put up this simple pie chart here because all of the responses to questions to follow about library services were analyzed by whether respondents answered yes or no. So whether they were aware of the existence of lifelong learning centers, units, or groups for older adults pursuing non-degree learning opportunities.
I want to start by talking about the reference services that are offered by respondents to the survey. All survey respondents offer at least one reference service to non-degree seeking older adults. Most offer in-person and virtual reference, as well as instructional services, regardless of whether they were aware of communities of older adult lifelong learners at their universities. The greatest difference between the two groups of respondents was the availability of in-person reference. From 100% offering this service when they were aware of this group on campus, down to 83% when there was no knowledge of a lifelong learning center, unit, or group. IT support is less commonly offered by all, with less than half of respondents doing so. When asked about tailored reference services, those aware of older adult groups on campus are more likely to tailor their reference services. Instruction is more often customized, followed by virtual reference and in-person reference. IT services are not frequently tailored to older adults, with just 15% doing so. Several library professionals explained how they naturally tailor their services during reference interactions. They adjust to meet the needs of individuals. There were also few mentions of library guides, where useful resources for non-degree seeking individuals were curated. McGill Library does have a LibGuide designed for MCLL members, which was created by April. It provides information on using the library, both in person and remotely, and offers a selection of resources for finding books, periodicals, music, and videos. It also includes how-to printable guides to the most used resources. When asked about lending and access services, all but one of the respondents reported offering at least one lending and access service. Not surprisingly, in-person borrowing of physical items is higher in libraries where there is an awareness of older adult learners on their campus. This may come with limitations, however, in the number or type of loan, such as being able to borrow up to 5 items at a time. Providing on-site access to electronic resources is offered by the majority at over 90%. The same cannot be said for remote access to e-resources, with less than half doing so. One respondent did mention, however, that their library was negotiating with publishers and that there would be remote access to a selection of resources at the end of the year. Only a quarter report offering home delivery. Interlibrary loan and electronic delivery are also not common. The last two are of particular interest to April and I because interlibrary loan and electronic document delivery are not available to MCLL members at McGill. There is perhaps an unfair assumption that this group of individuals will use the services for hobbies and recreational interests rather than for their scholarly pursuits. Regarding library facilities, most survey participants reported that their libraries provided access to one or more library facilities for non-degree seeking older adults. Unlimited access to student library spaces and computer equipment was reported as being available to older adults by over 3/4 of respondents. As is the case at McGill, a few explicitly stated that the use of library spaces, computers, and printers does not extend beyond regular opening hours. There were also specific comments about allowing the booking of reservable study rooms and requiring guest accounts to use computers. The largest difference between institutions with a visible presence of a lifelong learning center and those without was regarding use of printing equipment. More survey participants at institutions without a lifelong learning center selected printing equipment as one of the facilities available to older adults. So 92% without a center versus 70% with one. This was surprising, was a little bit unexpected, and might reflect a university policy rather than a library one, since printing services are usually campus-wide, overseen by IT departments at universities. While putting together the survey distribution, April and I noticed the absence of lifelong learning librarian in position titles on library websites. When asked if there were positions in their libraries that have some portion of their role devoted to supporting non-degree seeking older adults, 11 respondents said yes. Out of these 11, most reported that either all library staff are responsible or all reference, liaison, disciplinary, or subject librarians were responsible. We created a word cloud out of the text responses to this question, and you could see that the word librarian is frequently used, and so is the word liaison. I'll explain why you see professional stands out and has been used quite a bit, because position titles provided included those that liaise with university continuing or professional studies, such as the distance learning and professional studies librarian, the outreach and instruction librarian, and the subject librarian for continuing professional education. MCLL is part of McGill's School of Continuing Studies, as was the case for the Lifelong Learning Center in at least one of the institutions. Survey participants were also asked if the COVID-19 pandemic changed the way that their libraries offered services to lifelong learners. When physical spaces were closed during the early stages of the pandemic, libraries relied on electronic access to resources, including open education resources for all user groups, an accommodation made as a result of the pandemic that was described by one of the respondents involved sending all requested books to the campus retirement community by default. Some of the changes that have been made to services would become permanent. For example, no longer charging for community borrowers from another respondent. During lockdown, reference services were offered by email exchange and over the telephone, while teaching went virtual. In some ways, the impact on older adults who had access to computers or the internet at home was the same as for degree-seeking students. However, older adults were not enrolled in a formal course would not be welcomed back to libraries until those spaces were ready to open to the general public. A respondent also explained that even when enrolled in courses, older adults may not be able to go to the library in person if they cannot bring their partner, who either helps them or needs their help and cannot be left at home. The survey did spark some ideas for respondents about targeting library services, especially to this group of patrons. For example, we received a comment, up to your survey, we don't think of special services for older adults who are pursuing lifelong learning. We will have a work group this fall to look at new library services, and older people will certainly be a target group. End quote. Partnering with older adults on campus and beyond was one recurring theme of the survey results. For example, a respondent pointed out that their archives team offers sessions on researching family history. Although Ancestry Library is promoted to the MCLL community, liaising with university archives is a novel idea. Another avenue that we wish to pursue would be to explore the cost of lending and access services to this specific population. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Sorry, I have to answer to some messages. Yes, you can present virtually. If we have your presentation or your video, we can play it. So we continue with the third presentation. The title of the presentation is Off Likes and Downloads Social Media Analytics vis-a-vis Online Library Resource Usage. We also have a video. Okay. Anna, sorry. Okay. Αυτό.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's session. My name is Michael Anthony Moica from De La Salle College of St. Benilde. And together with my colleague, Rosel Maestro Fredeluces, we shall be presenting our paper discussing the effects of social media on the usage of our online library resources. I'll just be sharing my screen. So, okay, the full title of our paper is Of Likes and Downloads, Social Media Analytics vis-a-vis Online Library Resources Usage, the Case of Benilde Center for Learning Resources, presented by yours truly, Michael Anthony Moica and Rosel Maestro Fredeluces. Here's a brief outline of our presentation. Start with a short background of the study, presentation of the statement of the problem, research methods, key findings and discussions, and on to the conclusions and recommendations. Now, social media has become a very popular tool in academic libraries today. In fact, 70% of libraries are currently using social media tools. 60% have been using social media for the last 3 years, and 30% of librarians are posting at least once daily. Libraries also use it for a variety of purposes, but for this paper, we'll be focusing primarily on the use of social media as a marketing tool to further help and promote discoverability and usage of our online resources. Now, some information about the library. The Center for Learning Resources, or CLR for short, of De La Salle College of St. Benilde is an academic library based in Manila, Philippines. It is a multimedia library that supports the unique educational philosophy of the college by providing relevant learning resources and services for the curricular, instructional, informational, and recreational needs of the students, faculty, and college personnel. And it aims to be the gateway to make Benildean learners extraordinary by providing rich, relevant, and timely information resources and services to the Benildean community. The CLR has 4 branches across our 3 campuses. We have 2 at the top campus. They're called the CLR Main and the CLR Extension. We have 1 each at the Design and Arts campus and the AKIC campus. At the Design and Arts campus, the CLR here is at the 6th and 7th floors, while at the AKIC campus, the CLR occupies the 10th floor of the AKIC campus. Now, each branch library has a specialized collection meant to support the different programs coming out of each campus. When the pandemic hit us in March 2020, it hit us really hard. Our campus world grinded to a halt. Classes were suspended and access to the campus, including our library, was restricted. We had made plans to shift to a full online learning modality called Virtual Benilde and offered an interim full online term called the Benilde Online Term, or BOLT for short. Now, for the library to be able to support our students and faculty in a full online learning mode, we embarked on a project we call the LARCI Go Social Project. LARCI is a visual representation of our librarians in an online environment. The plan was to launch not just our Facebook page, but also other popular social media platforms at that time, including Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. In essence, we basically wanted to be where our users are. So we needed to be able to continue to engage with them in the virtual world. Now, the LARCI Go Social Project has several objectives, but we intend right now to highlight the third objective, which is to promote its learning resources that are relevant, responsive to the curricular, instructional, informational, and recreational needs of the students, faculty, and college personnel. If we are successful in fulfilling this objective, we expect an increase in the usage of our resources, services, and facilities, and also an increase in the number of patrons participating in LRC organized events and activities. Here's our statement of the problem. We intend to answer these 3 questions. Number 1, what trends can be observed from the online resources usage data before and during the pandemic? Number 2, how was social media utilized in marketing online resources during the pandemic? And number 3, has the library's use of social media as a marketing tool resulted in an increase in the usage of its online resources. For our research methods, we employ the following. For research design, we will use a combination of descriptive and mixed methods. For data collection, we will only use the counter report showing full text downloads or the total item requests counter metric. For databases which do not use the counter format, we will go into the analytics or admin module of this database and capture the report showing the figures for content downloaded. For social media analytics, we will use Facebook Insights. And then moving on towards data analysis, we will use both descriptive statistics and content analysis. Now here's the presentation of trends in online resource usage. But before I go into that, let's take a look at some of our database subscriptions. We basically subscribe to a variety of e-resources ranging from ebooks, e-journals, digital newspapers and magazines, e-reports, streaming videos, and research tools. But again, for purposes of this study, we decided to limit it to subscriptions which are active both before and after we launched our Facebook page. We launched our Facebook page in June 2020, and we only considered active subscriptions so that we could get a full and complete picture of the trends in the usage of these online resources both before and after we launched our Facebook page. And again, the metrics we'll be using are really the download metrics. Okay, for our findings, the chart here would show the total downloads by online resources. And as you can see from here, the most popular resource in terms of downloads is WGSN and EMIS. It is expected that this will be popular since these two resources fully support two of our major programs under the School of Environment and Design and the School of Management and Information Technology. The least popular resource by downloads is Emerald Insight and Press Reader. Now let's take a look at the peak months, the months where the usage of these different resources peak. As you can see from here, the peak months are July and March. So, and the non-peak months are December and August. It is expected that usage will not peak during the months of December and August. December is a period in the Philippines where we have a long Christmas break, and this is also a period where our second term will be ending. We operate on a trimestral basis, so 3 terms per academic year, and our academic year starts from September and lasts until August of the following year. And again, as I've mentioned, December during the period of December, this is the period where we'll be moving towards the end of our second term, and of course the long Christmas break. So you really not expect to find a lot of usage for online resources during this period. And again, during August, this is a term where students will be winding down after their final examinations period. And again, that explains why we will not find a lot of usage during the months of August. Let's take a look at each database and look at the period where they would peak. For Emerald Insight, usage peaked during August 2020. For EMIS, usage peaked during September 2021. For Passport, usage peaked during the period of June 2018. For ProQuest, usage peaked during February 2021. So I turn you over now to Rosel.
Hi, I'm Rosel, and I'll be presenting the rest of the results of our study. First off, let's discuss the results of the content analysis of social media posts. But a quick overview, the Facebook page of the Center for Learning Resources was created on June 4, 2020, and almost a month after was its grand launch on July 1, 2020. At present, these are the types of content that we produce and promote on our social media pages. including Facebook. But for the purpose of this study, we will be focusing on posts on the promotion of online resources. And the coverage would be posts published during the first 2 years of the Facebook page. That is June 2020 until May 2022. These are some of the examples of the promotional materials that we produce to promote the online resources. We have your Larcy Spotlight, wherein we feature an individual database. Then we also promote new online subscriptions. And from time to time, we feature updates from the different e-databases or e-resources. And also we have announcements on databases on trial and also free to download e-resources. We also have these types of promotional materials like links to the frequently asked questions. In this example, it's an FAQ on how to download ebooks and video tutorials on how to access the databases. We also share invitations on upcoming instruction sessions on how to use e-databases. So this one is CLR initiated, while the other one is a material from the vendor that we shared on our page. We also have subject guides or library guides that promote the use of the e-resources. So this one is a subject guide for a particular program that we offer in the college. And lastly, this is another type of feature. Okay, now we proceed to the findings. From this pie chart, you will find that most of the 146 posts on the promotion of e-resources were about instruction sessions, followed by individual database subscription features and other features. And in this graph, you will find again the number of posts per content type and also the engagement rate per content type. When we say engagement rate, it is the total number of engagements a post received. That will be likes or reactions plus comments plus shares divided by the total number of impressions or reach that the post received. You will find here that the instruction sessions might have the most number of posts, however, it has the lowest engagement rate. Meanwhile, the database subscription feature has the highest engagement rate. And from this finding, we can deduce that the number of posts is not proportional to the engagement rate. In this graph, you will find the 8 databases that serve as the sample in this study. And we can see that Emerald Insight has the most number of posts at 8 posts. Euromonitor recorded the highest engagement rate. Okay, now let's try to juxtapose the two variables, the social media analytics and the online resources usage. But first, let's see a comparison between the total number of downloads 2 years before the creation of the page and 2 years after. From this graph, we will find that there is an increase. It's at 28.20% in the number of downloads after the creation of CLR's Facebook page. This implies that social media marketing has contributed to the increase in the number of downloads of the online resources. And if we're gonna look at it in a more granular level, these are the total downloads prior and after the launch of the page per database. Let's visualize those data by using this graph. We can find here that 4 out of 8 of the databases has an increase in the number of downloads, while the other 4 has a decrease. Here, we can find the comparison between downloads and posts by month in logarithmic scale. The month that received the most number of downloads was September 2021. This one with 72,551 downloads, while the month with the most number of posts was on December 2020 with 8 posts. From this finding, we can deduce that a pattern cannot be observed. This graph shows the relationship between the downloads per database and the number of posts. So just like the previous finding, again, there's no pattern. Now, to summarize the findings of our study, let's restate the problem. This study aimed to ascertain the possible impact of social media marketing on the use of online library resources of the CLR, and specifically, it sought to answer the following research questions. First one is, what trends can be observed from the online resources usage data before and during the pandemic? Generally, the usage peak and non-peak months were in sync with university activities throughout the academic calendar. And meanwhile, the usage of each online resource peaked at different times of the year. With regards to the pandemic, there was a significant drop in usage when the pandemic started in March 2020, which is not surprising because during this time, we were trying to figure out how we can proceed on the provision of services and resources to our community. But after March, there was a steady increase which peaked during August 2020, which is the time when we were all out in promoting using our social media channels. The total downloads peaked higher than pre-pandemic 2019 levels during September 2021. And lastly, online resources that provide industry reports and data sets such as WGSN and EMIS recorded the most number of downloads. Now, on to the next question. How was social media utilized in marketing online resources during the pandemic? CLR promoted the use of its online resources by posting social media content on individual database features, video tutorials and how-tos, subject guides, and invitations to instruction sessions. Most of the posts were about instruction sessions. However, individual database features such as the NARCI Spotlight were the most engaging content type. And out of the 8 databases included in the study, Emerald Insight got the most number of posts. However, Euromonitor Passport recorded the highest engagement rate. Therefore, the number of posts is not, again, proportional to engagement rate. And question number 3, has the library's use of social media as a marketing tool resulted in an increase in the usage of its online resources? The use of social media marketing has contributed to the overall increase in the usage of online resources. The total number of downloads 2 years after the FB page creation is 28.20% higher than the total number of downloads 2 years prior. However, no definite pattern of usage increase or decrease can be observed based on the number of posts. The change in usage is still dependent on the activities in the academic calendar. And lastly, there is no direct correlation between the number of posts and number of downloads. To conclude, this study was able to provide valuable findings on e-resource use and social media marketing. Results of the study will be used to provide insights to the social media marketing plan of the library, identify opportunities for better engagement, and address issues with online resources with low usage. And the adoption of social media at the onset of the pandemic proved to be an effective means for the CLR to reach out to its library users beyond the confines of its physical spaces. While social media marketing may have impacted the increase in the usage of online resources, there are many factors, some of which are the academic calendar, the other types of marketing, and those should also be considered. And lastly, the quantitative data examined in this research has its limitations. and was not able to provide a full picture of the correlation between online resource usage and social media marketing. A similar study, but of qualitative nature, example, surveys, interviews, focus group discussions with the different academic sectors may be conducted to further analyze the relationship between the two variables. These are the references that we consulted. So thank you for listening. And if you have questions, please feel free to connect with us, with Sir Michael Anthony Mojica. This is his email address. And with me, Rosel Maestro Frediluces. This is my email address. Again, thank you for listening, and mabuhay from the Philippines. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Are there any questions? Yes?
Can you hear me?
No. Yes, yes.
Well, can you hear me now? Okay. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. My question is about, have you tried to analyze the audience on the social media, the characteristics of the people who react to your posts? You think that it's possible and it's a future direction?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For your question, actually, this is our second study for our social media page, for our Facebook page. During the first study, we analyzed our audience. However, it was not focused on the online resource usage. But thank you for pointing that out. That can be a future direction for this particular study. And just to share, for that first study, we found out that during the infancy of our social media page, most of our audience are not our target audience. So our target audience were students, maybe at the age of 16 to 20, but our first followers were 20 years old and above. So we were really trying to tailor fit our social media content to later on have a following on from the target audience that we are trying to get.
Okay, one more question.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah.
me? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. My
Thank you.
comment is about the statistics in March 2020. You said
Yes.
that the usage was low, and the reason
Mhm.
was that you were still figuring out what to do at the beginning of the pandemic, and the usage peaked in August.
Yes.
I think it was also more than that. At that time, when the pandemic started, at least in most parts of the world, there was panic, and people were more interested in survival than anything else. And that's why, and other researchers have shown that there was a lot of usage on visits made to the ministries of health websites, because that's where most people expected to get authentic information. So I think it was more survival and panic and things than other things. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights. Actually, for our Facebook page, during that time, it's still not existing. So honestly, we were put into a halt, the college. We don't know what to do when the pandemic hit. So we thought, our director, Mr. Michael Mojica, we thought of a way to reach out to our learners, because we were really contemplating whether to have a social media page, because for so long we didn't have it. And so we thought that was the perfect time to finally reach to our visual learners because they cannot go to the library. So there, we launched our website, we launched our social media pages, and so that's how the story started. Thank you for your insights. We really appreciate it.
If I may also add, I totally agree with the comment. People during when the pandemic started, people, including our students and faculty, were really more concerned with their personal health and well-being. They were really not really focusing on the academic requirements when the pandemic started. So this partly explains also the drop in usage when the pandemic started. Thank you, Rosel.
No other questions. Thank you very much. The next presentation is Library Lifestyles Survey at the University of Pretoria 2022. It is also virtual. Okay. Okay, you are going to share the presentation? So I can't hear you. I have the presentation, but it's a PowerPoint, not a video.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you.
You can share your screen.
Okay, I'll do now.
Thank you. And maybe full screen is better.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it full screen.
At the bottom of the page, on the right.
Yeah, sorry, let me just start afresh. Sorry, I'm struggling with it. It has made it too small on my side and I can't enlarge it.
Maybe you can use the status bar at the bottom of the presentation on the right.
Yeah, I'm trying to open the presentation on my side and my screen is not showing. I think it's just my laptop acting up.
Or we can use this view if we can read it.
Is it? Just 1 second, let me get some help.
Okay. Do you want to share the presentation? I can do it and you can speak. Do you want to me to share the presentation?
How did you upload? Maybe let's stop sharing it. Yeah. And then we say share. This one. Yeah. Yeah, this is a problem. I think we must ask them for some time. Now we can't even see it.
Hello, can we maybe move to the next presentation? I'll present after. Let me try and figure this one
Okay,
out.
let me just share your presentation and tell me if
Is it coming? There it is. Oh,
what about doing the presentation like this? And you can tell me when you want to change the slide.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, sorry. My name is Zenzile from the University of Pretoria in South Africa, and I'm going to be presenting on behalf of myself and our director, Lindiwe Soyezwaki. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to be presenting on is the Library Life Pulse survey that we ran in 2022. So as the university, we run quality surveys every 4th year, although we do have internal surveys that we run in between those years. But so I'm going to be sharing the background and motivation in terms of why we do that and why that is necessary. And then I'm going to share with you our findings and the corrective action that we took based on the findings and the lessons that we learned in conducting this survey. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah. So in terms of the background and motivation, yes, next slide, please. Yeah, so basically we do the quality surveys to check our success factors and the areas of improvement, just to see where can we improve and if there are new arising needs from our users that we still haven't touched on. And the important part as well with the international surveys is that we are always interested in benchmarking with the other libraries just to see how we are performing compared to the national and international libraries. And for a time, since 2001, we have been using LibQual, the LibQual survey. But for a change in 2022, we thought perhaps since there is a lot of things that have changed in the academic environment, and as well due to the post-pandemic era, we thought perhaps let's try a new survey, saying that the Library Life Pulse covers the library impact and how the library contributes in our students' employability and their well-being and their social experience. So there is a lot of other categories that the Library Life Pulse measured compared to the LibQual that we normally use. And we use these surveys as well as our performance measurement. So it forms part of our key performance indicators. Next slide, please. So in terms of our findings, yes, next slide, please. I'm going to be discussing, we had a lot of data that came out from the survey, and of course, looking back at our historical data from LibQual. So I'm going to be presenting, I dissected the data because if I presented everything, then I'll spend the whole day talking. So I'm only going to focus on the awareness, because that was one of the biggest issues that came out from our survey, that students were not aware of what the library was offering. So in terms of the satisfaction score, we did better. Students were more satisfied, and staff members. The survey included both students and staff members. So they were more satisfied with what the library offered compared to 2013 and 2017 previous years. But we also need to take into consideration that these are totally new students who had not been on campus ever. So they only came back full-time on campus last year in the second semester. But just to give a little background as well, the University of Pretoria is a research-intensive university with over 50,000 students on campus across nine faculties. We also have 9 library branches, and the university offers over 1,000 study programs. So in terms of the response rate, in 2022, we received a very low response rate. It was sitting at 3% compared to 11% that we got in the LibQual 2017. So we also found out that students were not keen to participate in surveys anymore. And I think that's because of the many surveys that were running on campus. So students were a bit survey fatigued. But it was still a representative sample. It covered all our faculties and our user categories. Next slide, please. So the survey, there were broad themes that the survey covered, and one of these are the survey themes. So it covered how the library contributes to academic and professional success, and how it impacts the well-being of our users, and also how the library contributes to employability or career development and social experience. So 85% of the participants recognize the library's contribution to academic or professional success, and 72% agreed to the library positively impacting their well-being, and 55% linked their library use to employability or career development. And lastly, 53% felt that the library played a role in their social experience. Next slide, please. So, but then there were these broad areas that came up as the areas that needed attention. And one of these was the library supporting the user skills development and improving access to support the students when using online services. And then the one that I will be focusing on is improving the library communications, and of course, strengthening the support to individuals with special needs and part-time students. So we did pay attention and responded to all these categories. I just cannot discuss all of them in this presentation, so I'll be focusing on the communications. Next slide, please. So moving on to communications and awareness. Next slide, please. These are the things that came up that our users were not aware of. So in terms of the physical library spaces, we have different spaces which we listed in the survey and asked the users if they have heard about the space, and if they've used it, and if they've heard but never used it. So as you can see from the graph there, that we have some red, but so let me just give some context. The Research Commons is only for masters and doctoral students. So we were not surprised that undergraduate students, of course, they will know about it, but they have never used it because they are not eligible to use the Research Commons. But there were still 31% that were not aware of the Research Commons, which was still worrying, and only 25% had used the Research Commons. But the study center and the group discussion rooms came up to be the most spaces that were used by students, but we still had some that still didn't know about it. But the space as well for students with special needs, there was a very little percentage that used it, but that is also because there is fewer students on campus who have special needs. So most of them will know about the space, but they will not use it, but because it's specifically for students with special needs. Next slide, please. Yeah, moving on to research support. Yeah, here we had a problem. Most of the services that the library offered were the students were not aware of. But this also, as much as it focused more on postgraduate students and researchers, we still want our undergraduate students to be aware of these services and use them. So our data repository and the bibliometric and arithmetic supports that the library offers were the most unknown services. But overall, there was a very few usage of these services among our users. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then moving to communication channels. So these are the communication channels that students can use to reach the library. As you can see there from the graph, that the library website was the most popular communication channel, and there was only 5% that were not aware of the library website. 80% of the participants had used the library website. And the telephone and SMS, we are a bit not worried too much about that since the times have changed. We don't necessarily want to push students or our users to use the telephone or SMS because they are kind of expensive. But what got us worried is the awareness of our library WhatsApp channel. 60% of the participants had never heard about our library WhatsApp channel, and only 8% had used it. And this is kind of worrying because everyone, majority, if not all, is on WhatsApp, and it's easy to use it. And our ask and chat to a librarian as well. At least most of them were aware of it, although there were some that were still not using it, but at least they are aware. So if they are not using it, it will be because they prefer not to use it. Next slide, please. And then in terms of academic support, so the library offers the training and skill support, and of course consultations with our librarians. Here as well, what got us worried is that 36% of the participants had never heard about the librarians. Only 25% had used the librarians, and 49% had consulted. They were also, at least with the training, they were aware, but also most of them were not attending the training. Next slide, please. And in terms of the our resources, so students were more aware and using the e-journals, e-books, and borrowing books from the library. But the other services like the reserved collection, so the reserved collection will be the prescribed and recommended books, which students are only allowed to use for 2 hours. So it seemed that majority were not aware that the library offers those books. And also the interlending services as well, 39% had never heard about it. And our special collections, 34% had never heard about it. And 31% for the subject guides. Next slide, please. So what did we do then about this information that came up? Next slide, please. So one of the actions that we took, because now we were doing everything that we thought is enough to market all these services. We are on social media marketing the services. Our website has all the information. We have the plasma screens where we display all the kind of services that the library offers. Our librarians visit their faculties to make sure that they are visible. So those are the things that we thought were working, but it came out that we are not reaching the audience that we want to reach. So we then initiated a collaboration with our the Department of Marketing Management. This is now the academic department. And we approached their owners group and assigned the library project to them to come up with the campaigns to market these different services that the library offers. And these were the three broad areas that different groups had to come up with the campaigns for. And of course, it was a competition. So it was the anti-plagiarism campaign, and then the assignment writing and information literacy campaign. So that's just to market the support that the library offers academically and our virtual services and products. Next slide, please. So in terms of the anti-plagiarism campaign, the winning group suggests that we tap into the students' emotions and kind of put them in the shoes of someone whose work has been plagiarized. So, and asking them how would they feel if their work was plagiarized. And this group then thought that if we tap into their emotions, then they will be motivated to attend the trainings that the library offers, and they will not be prone to plagiarize, because they are aware of the emotional damage that does, or the damage overall that does to someone, to the person whose work has been plagiarized. Next slide, please. And in terms of assignment writing, so the winning group here suggested that we create a campaign that is titled "So You Think You Can Write." So this is now related to the dancing show that is popular among students, "So You Think You Can Dance." And they thought that will resonate with students, and they would want to participate because they can relate to that. And therefore there will be, if we phrase our marketing like that, to market them to come to join the training, and then they will be aware of what the library offers in terms of supporting them with their academic needs. Next slide, please. And in terms of the virtual services, so this was the overall winning team, the number one team that won. So the University of Pretoria Library has a service robot, and we have named the robot Libby, and it's a she. This group suggested that we use Libby as our influencer to market our services. So the campaign then required that we put Libby in the congested areas in the university, where we hide her and ask the students to find her and ask her a question about the virtual services that the library offers, and then take a picture with Libby and send it to our WhatsApp channel to enter a competition. So that way they will be aware of what the library offers, and also they will be aware that there is a WhatsApp channel that the library offers for communications. And so, and the digital form of that campaign will be to hide Libby stickers within our library website, and ask the students to find those stickers within the website. And after that, take a screenshot and send it on WhatsApp. And for additional entries also, we will be asking them to take now the pictures and post them on social media and take the library pages. And then that will increase their entries for the competition. And that way we'll gain more followers on our social media pages, and we'll reach their friends as well with the information that we'll be marketing. Next slide, please. So the lessons that we have learned, I just want to mention that these campaigns, we haven't implemented any of these campaigns yet. We are still in the process of implementing them. So I do not have the feedback yet of how of the results of how they will go, or whether they will be successful or not, but they are promising. So in terms of the lessons that we have learned in this process, next slide, please. The survey length worked against us. I think we ran a survey at a point where we wanted to learn a lot of things from students, since it had been long since we ran a survey and a lot of things had changed. So we got carried away with the number of questions that we asked in the survey, which impacted on our response rate. And of course, I had already mentioned that our students are survey fatigued, and their willingness to participate in the survey was very low. But the biggest thing that also came out from the survey was that it was very focused on teaching and learning, and it omitted the fact that there are academic staff members in the university that don't necessarily teach, that only focus on research. So they felt excluded by the survey because their needs were not covered. But to correct that, we had focus groups with the researchers, which I think worked better because a lot of discussions came up, which I think were not going to be able to be covered by the survey. So yeah, we were able to get their needs, and they are getting attention. And the filter questions, we had an issue. This was just a technical issue. The filter questions were not working perfectly. Some questions were going to the wrong audience. Like, for instance, asking an undergraduate students about the research data that if they had uploaded or they are aware of the research data that they need to upload on our data repository. So there are some questions that were not supposed to go to other specific audiences that were still going there. So our filters were not working perfectly. But then I've also mentioned that we've been using LibQual for some time. And just to compare the two, I think we thought they were very both excellent survey tools. But one thing that always came up with LibQual is that it was complicated. It was complicated for our students. And for that reason, we had a problem with the reliability of the data that we were getting, seeing that students were not understanding what needed to be done or the data that must be captured. So we found the library life path surveys to be very simple and easy to understand compared to LibQual, and it covered a lot of other broad categories that are not covered in LibQual. But we also want to minimize the number of questions going forward, which LibQual was doing excellently in terms of limiting the number of questions that needs to be covered in the survey. But overall, they are both excellent survey tools. Next slide, please. Thank you. I think that will be all for me. If you have any questions, yeah, I did not put my email address there, but yeah, any questions? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Okay. Yes, one question.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. My comment is about the survey fatigue that you mentioned. I think all of us who have done research on students have experienced that fatigue, either the students or the lecturers or faculty. Do you have any proposals how this issue can be addressed? Thank you.
Yes, what we have, we actually questioned here if surveys are still the way to go in terms of measuring student needs going forward. But what we have proposed is that we are going to survey students just after they use the specific service within the library. So if they've consulted with the librarian, hours later we will ask them how was their experience with when they interacted with the library. So that way they are also able to recall their experience, because now sending a survey after 3 years is something else, because you find that a student maybe last interacted with the library in 2 years or in 6 months, and they don't necessarily remember, or maybe they do, but it's just too long for us. So we thought that if we send those experience surveys immediately after students or staff members interact with the library, that will be better. Then if we run the international quality surveys, we will only be focusing on the key critical questions that enables us to benchmark with the other libraries, and that way the survey will be very short than to make it long, and students they are not willing to do that. But we've also initiated focus groups immediately after, when we see that there is a new research questions that we want feedback from students. We organize focus groups and we invite them for lunch. So it's better, and it's they are willing to come and interact, because also our university has banned the use of incentives when we run surveys. So there is nothing for students when we invite them to participate in surveys. So that's my thought.
Thank you. One more question from Giovanna Badia. You can switch on your microphone.
Yes, thank you. My question was, on one slide you had compared LibQual results with the Pulse survey. I'm just wondering, were the questions the same between LibQual, like when you had that table with the satisfaction scores, were the questions the same with LibQual and the Life Pulse? Or because if they're different, how did you do the comparison so that you're comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. No, that was the satisfaction question. That was the question of how satisfied are you with the library services. So that was it's one question. It's exactly one question with the same scale. Yeah.
Okay,
So there we were not comparing the whole survey result. It was just that specific question of the satisfaction level.
So the question was exactly the same on both surveys?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. We can continue with the next presentation, measuring the impact of parliamentary research services, a case study on the Portuguese Parliament. It is also virtual.
Hi.
Are you going
Can
to
you hear me?
your screen? Oh,
yes, I'm going to upload my presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Just have to do this. Well, while I'm doing that, let me start by saying that this I'm actually not Carla Barroso. She's not feeling very well, so I'll do the presentation for her. You're saying, sorry, I lost the, sorry. Okay, so what we are, the three of us are working in the research in the Portuguese Parliament Research Service, and our aim, me myself, I'm an archivist. Carla is from the museums, and Margarida from is a librarian. Our aim for doing this paper was the notion that we have to present proofs that can be supported by evidence-based analysis on the impact and the satisfaction of these services. So, because obviously research can inform policymakers and shape policy decisions, hopefully benefiting society, thus improving in dissemination of research is important for developing effective public policies that improve the qualities of laws and research and democracy. Uh, Parliamentary research service are created to address the information needs of MPs. So they are focused only on the legislative process and the parliamentary activity of MPs, supporting their decision-making process and informing the parliamentary debates. So the aim of the research was, as I told also already told, to present the Parliamentary Research Service mission and verify the measurability of their impact on the community. And doing that in a case study of the Portuguese Parliament Research Service. The evolution of quality evaluation systems in information services has progressively moved from system orientation to the so-called customer metrics, making user satisfaction evaluation studies an integral part of the information service management system. For this change in the scope of the studies, it was necessary to add to the quantitative methodology based on statistical data collection, qualitative data with data collection techniques that include interviews, direct observation, etc. From the 1990s on, and taking into account user satisfaction, a new form of information service evaluation was developed, this time based on its outcomes. That is an evaluation of the impact that service have on the community in general and users in particular. So the aim was here to try to reason why what if what we do achieve the goals we wanted to. This evaluation is based on a mixed methods analysis of the economic and social value of information services and must answer for questions. Why do citizens go to information services? What do users do during those visits? How do users interact with information professionals? And finally, what is the impact of the use of information services on the community? Justifying their value through evidence has thus become a trend in these services that have increased the emphasis placed on their evaluation and accountability. While doing this measuring, we've studied these these norms, international norms that can be addressed in the information services, and moving to the parliamentary research services. Western parliaments created in the wake of Western liberal revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries were soon forced to establish information service to support parliamentary work. As such, parliamentary libraries were created and generally played this role with a budget allocated for the purchase of books. Still, the second phase of the Industrial Revolution brought with it government specialization, and the need for greater access to information. Alongside the government, parliaments also experience growing functional specialization, with parliamentary libraries specializing their holdings through the 19th century. However, the professionalization of libraries, the evolution of documentation at the end of the 19th century, brought in the 20th century the creation of a new model of information services, of which the starting point was the United States of America Congressional Research Service Unit, CRS, created in 1914 with the mission of producing specialized legislative research to support parliamentaries. This type of information service evolved significantly in Europe from the 1915s onwards and was transposed to in a consistent manner from the 1916s forward. These services are distinguished from libraries by the absence of a collection, the exclusivity of their parliaments being centered in responding the information needs of the MPs, and their centrality in loading databases of parliamentary activity and the type of activity and the type of information products they provide. In fact, in most cases, the research service in parliaments do go beyond the work of the librarians and are not considered as a parliamentary memory institution because of the comparative law studies that they have to do in order to fulfill his mission. It should be noted that the choice of implementing this type of service is not unanimous, since some parliaments choose not to have it, a minority, and others have it as a service integrated into its library. Its evolution and specialization had led to the existence of multidisciplinary teams, that is, teams not only of information professionals, for instance, but where the presence of law experts has become unavoidable. The information products most provided are legislative summaries, comparative law studies, and statistical analysis. The quality, following the path taken by other information services on the quality of service and the need to demonstrate it, Parliamentary Information Service began a peer reflection in the 1980s, 1990s on the need to conduct user studies, recognizing it fundamental to the development of services, which led to the appearance of presentations on subjects at IFLA and the ECPRD seminars. ECPRD is a Parliament network, European Parliament network. These studies are seen as having to be mandatory and carried out periodically for the good support of the services and products made available to be offered to MPs. It should also be noted that the analysis of the evaluation of satisfaction with the quality of services is, in some parliaments, directly related to the mission of the service and the evaluation of performance, with performance indicators being established. One author identifies the main academic studies on the information behavior of MPs, allowing an analysis of the evolution of studies in parliamentary information studies. We can say that studies focus on the need of MPs and the role of parliamentary information services can be used to benchmark our own. However, there is a significantly less research focus on the impact of these information services, where the obvious need for this research. As Al-Bal says, providing evidence of a library usage and impact is an important process to inform policies on how to improve services and ensure that resources are appropriately allocated. We have done this study in a in two moments: a review of the literature of history on the history of parliamentary research service and their impact analysis, and a case study in the Portuguese Parliament Research Service. Using the data collection technique was document analysis. So the Portuguese Research Service was created in 1977, and at that date it was called Documentation Division, and was mainly a service, an information service, different from the library, but where only librarians worked. Um, the research service had to move forward the support only for MPs and giving studying sorry I'm not remembering the word technical notes on the treatment of national and foreign legislation. Nowadays, the information service, the research service, support the Bureau in preparing on the report of activity of the Parliament and process and dissemination of information concerning the parliamentary activity of the Parliament. As a results, we can say that we use the a former performance evaluation model for research service developed by Barroso. Based on these guidelines and manuals, which we consider that she considered, and then we've established for a matrix of sorry, I'm not using this right. So a matrix was prepared taking into account two perspectives, the internal and external ones. Afterwards, the evaluation measures and indicators were outlined, which were grouped in four areas: databases, information products, resources, and user satisfaction, as you can see here in the right. In that, we arrived at the identification of 52 evaluation elements that were divided in these areas, namely the ones you can see here. For each sub-area, measures and indicators were defined that allow the collection of statistical data and the assessment of performance standards, namely average processing or response time and response rate, some of which are already provided by the rules of procedure of the Parliament. The evaluation components are mainly made up of statistical elements which are currently already collected and are also considered performance indicators. These elements are measurable in nature and can be considered for the creation of objectives for the service in the annual activity plan, as well as for the individual objectives or workers assigned to the service. Key performance indicators being quantitative and qualitative measures used to review an organization's progress against its goals are already used in information services. And so what we have done was to move this discussion to the Parliament area and try to assess the categories that we must deliver assessment. After identifying the research service performance evaluation metrics based, as I said already, on a work by Carla Barroso, we moved on to the objective of this article to propose a series of indicators and metrics which serves to evaluate the performance of the research service. Using these areas to better characterize the elements of the information service to be evaluated, namely databases, information products, resources, and user satisfaction. Thus, it was possible to identify the key performance indicators essential for the evaluation of the research service as a whole in an analysis grid where benchmark elements and of these indicators and metrics for their evaluation were added. More elements can also be obtained through metrics of mentions of the research service in parliamentary speech, mentions of the information products on the press or in the parliamentary debates, mentions of information products on social networking sites, the percentage of positive comments with respect to the total of the same, as well as of negative comments or neutral comments. The adaptation of the 52 elements into this analysis board will allow us to obtain all the KPI considered essential. So, in conclusion, what we can say is that the evaluation of the parliamentary research services is essential for the good performance of these services, and only through it will a process of continuous improvement be promoted. And by that we are saying that we have to evidence-based our mission and to promote it to the parliament administration. As for the evaluation of parliamentary research service, we consider that employee performance assessment as a whole through the establishment of KPI indicators must be established through an analysis grid that is intended to be implemented, and after that we hopefully will conduct our own review of this process. Sorry. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please share.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it's okay. Yes. One question. Yes, we don't have much time. We don't have time, but okay.
Yes,
just a quick question.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. My question is actually in regards to the nature of the Parliamentary Research Service. Do you partner with other academic libraries or other academic faculties to deliver the research that MPs require, or is that the burden only of the Parliamentary Research Service? And if so, if you do partner, how do you plan to measure the response of your collaborating partners?
Thank you so much for the question. In Portugal, we do not partner with academic research, but I can tell you that, for instance, the British Parliament has done that kind of research, but I'm not quite sure of how it goes on because here we only do it inside.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the next presentation is sustaining online training development implications for a capacity building for a Center for Learning Resources. I think it is on site. Is the presenter here? Anna Loriza? No. Is the presenter of the next presentation here? Sorry. No, so I will continue with the last presentation. It is virtual and okay, revisiting the standard, linking PNU, OBE, BLIS curriculum. I think this is a video, so I am going to share it. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Jomar D. Sahona of Philippine Normal University, Manila, Philippines. I am here to present my paper entitled Revisiting the Standard, Linking PNU OBE Bliss Curriculum, the Competency-Based Standards for Filipino Library. The LIS education evolves in the guidance of Republic Act Number 9246 or the Philippine Librarians Act of 2003. To support the practice of librarianship in the Philippines, PRBL promulgated Resolution Number 3, Series of 2015, or widely known as the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino Librarians. The NCBSFL is divided into two parts: personal competencies and professional competency. One of the institutions that offer the BLIS program is the Philippine Normal University. PNU is a teacher education institution whose mandate is to produce innovative teachers of the nation. PNU BLIS graduates are being trained and prepared to integrate technology into the different library operations and services. In addition, students are trained to harness a range of bibliographical and online tools to support teaching, research, and other services. EBEL of 2020 highlighted that institutions of higher education are responding to the multifaceted societal changes by training students to become innovative and skilled towards a well-equipped workforce. Articulation within the clearly defined learning outcomes must be demonstrated by students based on their knowledge, skills, and attitudes. To ensure proper articulation, curriculum assessment is the key. It is a way to verify the congruency of outcomes of students' learning and performance. The best example of this is the curriculum audit. According to ARAFE 2016, curriculum audit is considered as best practice in curriculum development and implementation that requires discipline-based standards that embody curricular and program scopes and sequence. To further strengthen the study, the following theories were utilized. Social cognitive theory by Albert Bandura. This theory identifies how external forces and internal forces, thoughts, impact learning. This theory utilizes behavior cognitive theory to explain learning. Internal thoughts and external forces around can both play an important role in the cognitive process. Social interaction, things you see around, observe behavior, and how you interpret these things all impact behavior and learning. Second, Bloom's taxonomy by Bloom. Educators frequently face a confusing array of standards and curriculum requirements. Bloom's taxonomy offers a guiding framework for breaking these criteria into accessible chunks, which can be used to direct day-to-day lesson plans and can be easily compared to the goals for the class. Bloom taxonomy can be used as a checklist to ensure that all levels of domain have been assessed and align assessment methods with the appropriate lessons and methodologies. In this way, the taxonomy also makes it easier to maintain consistency between assessment methods, content, and instructional materials, and can identify weak areas. Third theory, social reconstruct relevance by Eisner and Balance, emphasizes societal needs over individual needs. Theorists with this orientation tend to believe that the primary role of the school is to relate to the large society with either an adaptive or a reformist stand. As gleaned from the conceptual framework, the outcomes-based education Bachelor in Library and Information Science program is bent towards the direction of knowledge management principles and processes, which highlights further the role of LIS graduates in knowledge creation, economy, knowledge society, and information world. With the current development in the field of LIS, as well as the significant issues and trends in the academic arena, the BLIS curriculum aligns itself to the language of the standard as stated in the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino Librarians. This will further strengthen the curriculum, specifically the delivery, practice, and culture of education. Curriculum alignment and revision will reinforce the needed competencies and skills required of a professional in the field of librarianship, not only in the Philippines but in other countries as well. The objective of the study was to assess the alignment of the OBE BLAZE curriculum to the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino Librarians and document the gaps, under, and overrepresentation that can be identified through the curriculum quality audit. The study aimed to seek the following. How does BLIS curriculum address the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino librarians? Second, how and where does the OBE BLIS curriculum align with the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino librarians? And lastly, how does the OBE BLIS curriculum cover the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino librarians? And for the methodology, the researcher utilized or made use of the qualitative research method, specifically using content analysis, which is a research tool that determines the presence of certain words, themes, or concepts within some qualitative data. Language analysis was applied to analyze the lexical patterns of the standards. The participants for this study is mostly the LIS faculty. For the instrument, the researcher utilized the curriculum quality audit form, which covers the course description, learning outcomes, course content, and course assessment, which is used to map the alignment of the standards for Filipino librarians and the current OBE BLIS curriculum. To facilitate the mapping, the LIS specialization courses, which is composed of the core, the ICT courses, the reading courses, elective courses, and the library practice courses were utilized. Basic audit was used to indicate whether the standards for Filipino librarians are addressed or not addressed in the curriculum. Basic audit was used to indicate whether the standards for Filipino librarians are addressed or not addressed in the curriculum, while differentiated audit was used to indicate where and how the standards for Filipino librarians are addressed in the curriculum. The heat map was also used to visualize representation of information to better understand the complex sets of data. Data gathered were used or carefully analyzed using the audit matrices for basic and differentiated, including the heat map, to better examine the alignment of the CQA form from the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino librarians. For the findings and discussion on basic audit, On the personal competencies of the standard, the basic audit shows that courses under Bliss curriculum got a total of 158 indicators with an average of 4.18 based on the standard. Viewing the results, this means that all courses contributes and address all the competencies stated under the personal competencies of the NCB SFL. With the result, it is safe to say that the courses explicitly address and can produce quality graduates based on the curriculum delivery. Based on the results, 60.60% of LIS courses address at least 9 to 5 indicators in the competency specific to personal competency. These courses were mainly under cataloging, management, library promotion, archives and records management, information and media literacy, web technologies, database design, among others, including library practice. As seen in the results, the majority of the courses address the following personal competencies. The first one is communication, effective communication using variety of methods. Second, customer service, standard and practice in customer service, including user satisfaction. Third, leadership, an aptitude for leadership. And fourth, lifelong learning and personal growth, development of professional skills and knowledge, including lifelong learning. On the professional competencies of the standards, the basic audit illustrates that 163 indicators were addressed by the Bliss curriculum with an average of 4.28 per course in the standard. The result shows that 33.33% of the LIS courses, or 11 courses, address at least 14 to 5 indicators under professional competencies. These courses are the following: management of libraries, library promotion and marketing, development of library services and programs, archival methods and services, information processing, web technologies, information and media literacy, information ownership, access and control, academic and school libraries, and public and special libraries. Analyzing the courses when compared to the standard, all of the said courses demonstrate and assist in the development of major skills in the field of librarianship. Data shows that 4 major professional competencies were addressed by the Bliss curriculum, wherein 14 indicators were very high in the professional competencies. The first one is managing information sources, management of selection and acquisition and information sources, classification system. Second is managing information services, which explain and perform varied information services, understand the essential of reference service, develop programs to educate library users, and develop and implement an information literacy program. Third, managing information tools and technologies. Basic information system function, basic function and task common software programs, and knowledge in emerging tools, information access, and delivery solution. The fourth one is managing information organization, envisioning strategic directions, project management principles, planning and implementation of projects, programs, and researches, harnessing professional and personal relationships among coworkers, linkages and collaboration to ensure conformity, initiatives and cooperations among libraries, and formulation of plans and policy. For differentiated audit, on the level of personal competencies, 21 or 63.63% of the LAS courses under the Bliss curriculum reveals that the competencies are reflected in the syllabus. Within these results, the majority of the syllabus was aligned and addressed the personal competencies reflected in the standard. This can also prove that the current BLIS curriculum answers the needs of producing an ideal pre-service librarian equipped with personal competencies as stated in the standard. Based on the result, it can be noted that 12 or 36.36% of LIS courses need to be reviewed for proper alignment in the competency standards pertaining to personal competencies. The differentiated audit identified priority concern and potential improvements in the 12 LIS courses. On the level of professional competencies, 26 or 79% of the LIS courses under BLISS curriculum can be seen in the competency standards specific to professional competencies. This result shows the alignment and development of professional competencies, which is significant and contributory to the product of the curriculum once the student finished the BLIS program. It can also be noted that 21% or 7 LIS courses shows a limitation in terms of the alignment in the professional competencies, which needs careful consideration to fill the gap between the standard and the curriculum. Analyzing the indicators of professional competencies, the audit illustrates that 17 or 55% of the LIS courses are aligned with the professional competencies, which is part of the standard, which means that the competency can be found in the different parts of the syllabus. However, there were 45% or 14 LIS courses that need to be reviewed and refined specifically on how they are written or expressed within the syllabus. Heat mapping of BLISS curriculum to the standards. The heat map revealed that in terms of personal competencies, the current OBA BLISS curriculum covers all the indicators. This means that the curriculum fully addresses the development of personal competencies. Likewise, partial alignment was also noted in terms of the language used in the syllabus when unpacking or descriptors which can be found in the competency-based standards for Filipino librarian specific to personal competencies. For the professional competencies, the heat map reveals that the majority of the language being used by the curriculum was reflected in the competency. However, there were some terms indicated also that did not reflect or covered by the curriculum and thus indicate either full or partial alignment in the syllabus. This means that there were gaps between the curriculum and the standards, which can be focus of the review. Findings reveals the following: managing information sources, specification of online collaboration tools. Second, managing information services. The term implement was not seen or indicated in the curriculum, although the training program was covered the implementation part, which was not explicitly indicated in the syllabus. Third, managing information tools and technology. The term perform basic calendar was not reflected in the syllabus. The fourth one, managing information organization. The term forge is not stated in the syllabus in the curriculum. All the gaps identified under the professional competency should be the focal point discussion between faculty to better assign what courses and or part of the syllabus that needs to cover the terms indicated in the result. This will further strengthen the curriculum and will provide an opportunity to be aligned in the language of the standards. For the conclusion, we can conclude that personal and professional competencies are properly addressed in the National Competency-Based Standards for Filipino librarians. The LIS courses are aligned, which is full or partial, with the personal and professional competencies of the standard. Likewise, some gaps need to be addressed in some part of the courses. For the recommendations, number one, review closely the language of the standards and the curriculum to make that alignment explicitly evident. Second is to discuss and study the result of the audit within the department to make necessary adjustments, and decision making if needed. That concludes my presentation, and for my references, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Uh, are there any questions? Okay. There is no video for Anna Lorisa Sajona. I have only a presentation.
Colleen, can I play the video of Anna? I have her presentation, video presentation.
I have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. Do you want to share it from my computer or?
I can share it with my computer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Permission to share. Is it visible already, Antolin?
We can't hear. I can't hear the voice. Maybe you can. Can you please share it with? And the share options should be for video. Can you? Okay. One more presentation, virtual video presentation.
Share with you my study entitled Sustaining Online Training Development, Implications for Capacity Building for Center for Learning Resources, or CLR Reader Services Unit Librarians. So with that, let me share my screen. In BNILD, we have this what we call the learning session with LARSI. So LARSI stands for Learned, Coachable, Reliable Librarian. So LARSI is the virtual representation of all the friendly librarians of the Center for Learning Resources. So Benildians may request a learning session with LARSI to be scheduled as a synchronous session. So as you can see in this slide, before the pandemic, we were conducting our learning sessions face-to-face with our stakeholders, our students, and even our officials of the college. And what happened was when the pandemic hit, we need to sustain this activity. So therefore, we have to adapt to the new normal way of giving instructions. So we transitioned from the face-to-face modality to the online delivery of instructions. So from physical to virtual modality of delivery. So according to Taylor, the normalization of academic librarians as instructors is distinctly tied to the librarian's commitment to develop and prepare lifelong learners who are information literate. So as you can see there, these are my colleagues. They were assisting our ambassadors on how to access information from our subscribed electronic resources. So with the influx of electronic resources and digital services supplied by academic libraries today, teaching librarians must be highly experienced, advanced, and competent in order to fulfill their teaching responsibilities. The current disruptions in providing training sessions reshape the needed and expected competencies for teaching librarians for them to thrive in the present and future demands of educating 21st century learners. Librarians require new skills to work effectively in this digital environment and to meet the challenges of digital librarianship. So there we had also our in-house training focusing on the upskilling reference and information services providers teaching skills. So that was the title of our training session. So we can cope with the changing nature of teaching, especially in the online modality. So as a result of the shift to a digital environment, it is crucial that librarians develop the ability to adapt to change and meet the information needs of students. So the purpose of this study is to investigate the existing teaching competencies of CLR Reader Services librarians as described in their training themes, such as information organization, online delivery methodologies, and successful facilitation of training topics with the aim of finding appropriate training programs for learning the competencies required to fulfill their teaching duties in the digital age. And of course, to assist the college in sustaining the CLR's online training on its electronic resources and databases and act as a springboard for constructing and identifying the critical competencies that will lead to the development of the CLR Librarians Capacity Building Program. So for the methodology, this study employed the quantitative research design to measure the overall goal of the study. A questionnaire was used to assess the training sessions on electronic resources that covered the RS trainers more thoroughly, where their understanding of the training themes, training content, training organization, methodology of online delivery, and facilitation of training were measured. So data were obtained from the participants of training sessions who underwent e-resources training covering the first and second terms of academic year 2022-2023. So there were 75 requested training sessions on e-resources, and these were facilitated by librarians in pairs. Data gathered were carefully analyzed using weighted mean and frequency distribution. So now let's move on to the results and discussions. So for the first one, level of agreement on the trainer's knowledge of the training topics, librarians during the first term got an average rating of 4.83, strongly agree, which exceeded the overall weighted mean of 4.82, while meeting the average rating in the second term of 4.82, strongly agree. It only shows that reader services librarians are well versed in their training areas, particularly in teaching the highly specialized databases or e-resources provided by the CLR. Reader services librarians have knowledge of the different aspects of the database, including the appropriate integration across content areas. So it means that they can use effective examples while delivering their topics, and it is beneficial to comprehend how these principles influence learning instruction and how they are highly important to promoting learning in the digital reference. So for the second one, level of agreement on trainers' content mastery. All sessions were evaluated as strongly agree, which has a mean or average rating of 4.81. All of the students believe that librarians have mastered the contents of their training topics. It also signified that participants have a high satisfaction rate in terms of librarians' delivery of their training topics on specific resources. Mean ratings for the first and second terms are almost the same, with a very minimal difference when compared. So this means that reader services librarians thoroughly examine the fundamental content of each database they teach. This allows trainers to focus more on the content research and analysis and the most vital parts of the database. Librarians also need to be developed more in providing formal instructions as the profession continuously evolves. Teaching competencies, which include skills, in mastering the contents and content selection are essential for librarians to effectively execute their teaching roles. So the third one, level of agreement on the organization and management of training. It can be seen that all the sessions conducted got an overall weighted mean of 4.76 is strongly agreed. The mean rating of the first term even exceeded the overall average rating of 4.77, which implied that participants strongly agree on how the whole training structure was presented. It also showed that the flow of the training sessions is very organized. The mean rating for the second term is 4.76, strongly agree and met the overall weighted mean. So trainers effectively executed and realized the importance of developing a structured training program for electronic resources before its formal implementation. These also illustrate why all of the students strongly agree with the specific evaluation statement on organization and management of training. So in Gagne's 9 events of instruction theory, where Robert M. Gagne revolutionized instructional design principles, Gagne believes in the general idea that different things are best learned using different methods. This theory can be further explored to enhance librarians' creativity and strategy to capture students' attention and to be able to sustain them. Trainers are equipped and can handle effectively the platform being used in each training session. This is evident in the gathered overall mean rating from the participants of 4.71 or strongly agree. However, it can also be noted that the rating in the first term, or 4.70, strongly agree, did not meet the overall weighted mean, while the rating of 4.73 strongly agree in the second term exceeded the overall mean rating. This indicates that librarians need to improve themselves more in delivering their teaching roles in an online modality. Having transitioned to an online setting brings adjustment to librarians, especially in providing training sessions. So according to Anderson, in his theory of the online learning model, effective learning environments should contain 4 overlapping components. These 4 lenses, the community-centered, knowledge-centered, and learner-centered, and assessment-centered learning. Anderson believes that interaction plays an essential role in online learning as it builds communities of learning. Anderson highlights the teachers and learners and their interactions with each other and with the content, encouraging collaborations and the development of personal relationships among participants. However, he also stressed that teachers must also be aware of the barriers and limitations associated with online training. Librarians as instructors need to explore more the nature and structure of online learning and apply the knowledge and understanding in conducting virtual training sessions. Librarians need to be trained more on how they can provide training effectively and engage their audience with the use of the available platforms. And lastly, level of agreement on the effective facilitation of training. Students' overall weighted mean of 4.7 strongly agree implied that the trainers are effective in facilitating the training sessions. A rating of an average of 4.7 or strongly agree in the first term tells that the trainers met the above mentioned benchmark, which is strongly agree. However, it is seen in the second term, students' ratings of 4.67 strongly agree did not meet the overall average rating. There has been a very minimal difference to reach the benchmark, which revealed that this area of effective facilitation should be taken into consideration when it comes to upskilling and capacitating librarians' competencies in handling virtual training sessions. So skills in facilitating training are crucial for the overall success of training sessions. While training focuses on the effective transfer of knowledge to learners, Facilitating involves strategies in order to make the training topics easy and engaging for the learners, which makes the conduction of the whole training more effective. So that's the difference between training and facilitating. So effective facilitation creates engagement and makes things easier for the group is vital to creating great outcomes. So for the conclusions, the librarian's training on the access and utilization of e-resources is reportedly effective and beneficial to students. In terms of online delivery and facilitation abilities, the training sessions need to be improved. The overall training provided by librarians is well received by students and improvement areas have been identified. Learners are satisfied with the efficacy of the provided training sessions. So for the recommendations, the first one is to create opportunities or initiatives that will further enhance the pedagogical skills of librarians to better improve the training delivery. Second, focusing on online delivery and facilitation of training offer learning opportunities and pathways to enhance the skills of librarians. Third, expose librarians to varied instructional methodologies and designs. And lastly, gradually engage all librarians, regardless of position, in training to prepare them for teaching responsibilities in relation to the CLR Information Literacy Program. So I'd like to end my presentation with this quote: constantly improving yourself is the only way to avoid becoming obsolete. Thank you so much for listening. These are my references. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions? Okay, this is the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Andoni, can you hear me? Or Yanni or Miriam? Testing, testing. Hello? Anybody there? Hello, hello, testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Anybody? Is everybody enjoying the beautiful Iraklio? I wonder if we'll get anybody in a 1.5 hour virtual workshop. Let's see. Stop sharing to see if there is anybody here.
Τώρα με ακούτε? Ναι. Μια στιγμούλα, γιατί δεν είναι ούτε η κάμερα ανοιγμένη. Δεν σας ακούω καθόλου εγώ, δεν ξέρω αν εσείς μας ακούτε. Όψ. Είστε ένα λεπτάκι
I was muted. I cannot hear you though.
Οκ. Βασικά μιλάμε νομίζω την ίδια γλώσσα.
HD Logitech. There it is. Can you hear me now? I cannot hear you either. Let's.
Now?
Now I can hear you. All right.
Νομίζω μιλάτε ελληνικά,
Ναι, μια χαρά.
Τι κάνετε? Είμαι η Βίκη Καλιαμπάκου από το Οικονομικό Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών. Τι κάνετε?
Χάρηκα πολύ.
Εγώ
Βίκη.
Βίκη. Δεν έχει τύχει να μιλήσουμε ποτέ. Αυτό έλεγα στην Ανθή τώρα. Λέω πάω μέσα να ανοίξω στην κυρία Κυριλίδου που έχουμε το workshop. Περιμένουμε να δούμε τώρα τι γίνεται γιατί έχουμε μόνο ένα attendance μέχρι τώρα. Γι' αυτό και σας έχω λίγο στο περίμενε.
Δεν πειράζει. Εντάξει, θα το κάνουμε στη συζήτηση άμα είναι ένα μόνο το άτομο που αναρωτιόμουν πόσοι.
Κανονικά. Γι' αυτό έχω αφήσει λίγο χρόνο, γιατί είχαν πάει μία βόλτα στο κάμπους και στη βιβλιοθήκη. Γι' αυτό περιμένω να γυρίσουν για να είμαστε σίγουροι ότι. Γι' αυτό και έχω πάρει λίγο χρόνο, να σας πω την αλήθεια. Λοιπόν, μια στιγμή να ανοίξω και το. Μια στιγμή, δώστε μου να ανοίξω και το projector για να σας βλέπουν όλοι.
Η Μίριαμ Λίντα αυτή είναι.
Νομίζω ότι είναι μέσα αυτή στο. Έχουμε και μία εδώ, on site. Είναι μία κυρία εδώ.
Ωραία.
Μπορείτε να τη δείτε εσείς,
Μίριαμ και ο Γιάννης Οράλης είναι από την ομάδα σας.
Ο Γιάννης Οράλης είναι τεχνική υποστήριξη.
Εντάξει. Αλλά η Μίριαμ, αναρωτιέμαι αν μπορούμε να τη ζητήσουμε. Μίριαμ, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just logged in to attend, but I can't see what's going on. Is it continuing?
It's delayed a little bit.
Okay.
We're waiting a little bit more for people
if you
on an
want
excursion.
We have an attendance here.
Yeah. Bring her next to you,
come
Vicky.
near
That's
me,
a good
so
idea.
we are going to be all here.
Yeah, it's going to be a small session. That's good.
Okay, I think now everybody can see you. And I'm going out to ask if somebody's going to attend the workshop, and I will be back in 1 minute.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Where are you, Miriam?
I'm in Ghana, West Africa, Ghana.
Excellent.
Yes.
Are you at a university or at a public library?
I'm in a university. I'm in the University for Development Studies Library in Tamale, Ghana.
In Tamale, Ghana. Good.
Yes.
I think, I'm trying to think, I saw one of the colleagues in the US visiting. I think they visited Kenya recently. Hi. Who's there next to Vicky?
Claudine Gender from Auburn University in the United States.
Albany, great. And your name again?
Claudine. Claudia.
Yeah. Claudia, excellent. Claudia, how long have you been in the US?
About 30 years.
30 years. That's close to as long as I have.
Yes.
I'm from Greece originally. That's how I know Vicky, and I can speak actually with Vicky in Greek.
At the States, though. I was born at the States. And
Really?
Yes, all of my relatives are there.
Oh, wow.
We have something in common.
We are. Where were you born, Vicky, in the States?
Of course, Queens and New York. Yeah, New York, yes. And Astoria has all the, all the people from Greece are there. So
They are. Oh, this is good to know. So it's good you're meeting Claudia there.
Yeah.
Although Albany is not in the city of New York. Albany is for Miriam. New York is a state, so it's a large area, but also New York is a city within the state. So Claudia works in the capital of the state, which is in the middle of the state, and it's not New York City, which is what, all the high rises and the places we know. Have you been to the States, Miriam?
Is she here? She's asleep. They're 8 hours ahead of us, or what? What's the time there? The same as Greece?
No.
No.
I don't know. Miriam is where?
Ghana.
Ghana, yeah.
Yeah, Ghana. But maybe she stepped away from her desk. Because
Or connectivity also. We might have.
that could be. Yes, she actually did say she couldn't see like her video something.
Yes.
Wasn't working, but she did talk with me earlier.
Yeah,
And
I heard that. Yeah.
I was wondering. So Claudia, which part? Where are you from? I'm from Greece, or I was born in Greece, in Thessaloniki, which is in the north part of Greece. Where were you? Yeah. So you have to go back to Greece to visit my hometown. Crete is beautiful, though.
It is beautiful. Everyone here has been most kind. The people are very kind. I'm originally from Malawi.
Malawi
is this East Central South Africa, near South Africa.
East Central South Africa.
East Central.
Okay.
Yeah, the countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. Uganda is further up. Zimbabwe, then South Africa, Botswana. So the southern part of Africa, but on the eastern side.
On the eastern side of the south.
Yeah.
And how many people, will you remind Malawi? What's the population of Malawi?
It's a very small country. Half of it, about a third of it, is a lake. Like if you have land mass, you divide it in three. 1/3 is a lake. So in terms of land, it's very small. When I left, there were 6 million people. Now I hear.
Oops, I cannot hear now. Vicky, you moved. Okay, now I can hear. Yeah.
I think there are about 12 million or so.
Like Greece. Malawi is like Greece then, in terms of the size. So tell me a little bit about your interests in facilities, buildings, renovations. What inspires and motivates you to come to this workshop?
Yes, I'm keen on your workshop because I see that as libraries, we need to always reinvent our services. We need to identify the needs of our users. And lately, there's been like a convergence of when you look at the user needs. Before, it was sufficient to just give them books or journals and they sat quietly, they did their work, they didn't have coffee, they went out to have coffee or lunch. But I think as the different generations come in, they expect to have a phone connection, they expect to have coffee, they expect to have a meal as they are working, they expect to work in groups sometimes or on their own. So the library, I think, needs to be really creative in how it addresses all those needs that a user has. And I think space is becoming very important, something that libraries must leverage and program very carefully. We used to do focus group studies of needs of our users at my university. This was like in the mid-90s. And some of the comments students would tell us, they would say, we don't like your chairs, reading chairs and tables are very uncomfortable. And we're like, you are here to study. And then they would say, we would like to have a bed.
Napods, we call them, right? We do these surveys now. What do students want? And NAPODS is the #1 choice for students.
Yes, exactly. They love their chess lounges and they truly want to lie down when they want to lie down. So anyway, in the mid-90s, we didn't quite understand that. But I think as we continue to work with them, libraries are making efforts. So it's not much, but I just want to learn more.
So I'll tell you, a little bit. I have quite a bit of material. We have designed a 3-part workshop, and this is actually only a small part of that 3-part workshop that I was planning to present here. But since it's more of a dialogue, I think I can modify a little bit my approach to have more of a dialogue with you. I think we lost our colleague from Ghana. And I'll tell you a little bit how I have sort of evolved into, getting to design this 3-part workshop. We're actually going to we offered the 3-part workshop last spring, and we plan to offer it again in October, and I can send that to you afterwards. It's 3 parts designed, sort of spread out across 3 weeks, and sometimes they are not even adjacent. They are broken apart, and it's 2.5 hours each time. And the goal is to get librarians introduced to all the issues around space planning, to have a holistic approach about what space planning is. So when they are faced with a prospect of a renovation or with a prospect of a new building, that they have a foundation. So this is a foundational workshop series that we've designed. And the reason I have come to see this need is when I launched my library consulting company in 2016, Quality Metrics. I started having the opportunity to work with architects on some of these projects, because architects do hire library consultants. Many architects have experience in libraries, but they also want additional insight knowledge about the library operations, and they feel they are a more competitive team when they have a library consultant on their team. So I started having these opportunities. For example, and I'll give you a little bit more of the history. I wasn't planning originally to get so much into that, so you understand a little bit about where I'm coming from and sort of how my ideas have shaped over the years. So the very first project I had the opportunity to work on was in Delaware, where the Delaware State Library. Delaware is a small state, as Claudia knows, and Vicky, you may also know. Vicky, how familiar are you with the U.S.? How often do you come here?
Visiting once a year. All of my friends since kindergarten, they are there. So because I was 11 when we came back, and I'm visiting once per year. I haven't visited for the last 4 years because of the COVID, but I'm planning to come the States maybe in October or something like that. I really miss the place because I have a lot of relatives and a lot of my friends there. And every time I meet somebody from there, I feel like, oh, you're from the States, you're from the States. Like you are outside of Greece and you say, oh, you're from the Greece, you're from
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah. The same attitude, yeah.
Oh, so you have my email now, so make sure in October, and of course Claudia, Claudia, and we'll get to know each other a little better after this session together here.
This is a personalized workshop.
This is a conversation on space planning. We're gonna make it a conversation, and I can give you the link to the slides too that I was planning to share with you too, and I'll share some of that.
I'm a
but
librarian myself, so I am common with the things that you are gonna discuss. I'm a
would
reference librarian, though, at Athens University of Economics and Business. So you have my profession now. You know with who you're talking.
so you graduated from the library school in Athens?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I have a master's degrees, but I have two master degrees, but they are both in economics because I'm working for in economic library, and I wanted to have an idea what's going on there. And now I'm planning to maybe for a PhD in marketing, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna get involved. I'm not sure. We will see.
Keep learning. We all have to keep learning.
You don't need to study to learn. You know that. If you want to learn, you will learn.
Yeah, every knowledge is, the courses are open these days. There are all sorts of ways to learn. We can constantly learn these days with all the information abundance we have. And students do change, like to Claudia's point. Claudia, did you, oops, Claudia, it's
We lost something.
lost something. Okay.
Well,
I was gonna ask Claudia a little bit more about her background, how she became a librarian.
Yeah. Oh, I studied biology and chemistry in Malawi. And then with my husband, we were looking for a research university. So we left the country and went to Botswana, which borders South Africa. They produce a lot of diamonds, De Beers diamonds. And then we stayed there just 2 years, then came to the US. We were looking for a place to conduct research. He's a mathematician. So I studied at the City University in London. Studied science information work, supposed to work in places like chemical abstracts or biological abstracts, or at information services of companies, scientific companies, for example, Procter and Gamble, something like that. But because my husband is a professor, it's easier for me to find a job in a library. So
he's a mathematician.
Yes, yes,
So
yes. So that's how I ended up in librarianship. Yeah.
The practical way of thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, and did you get the graduate degree in library and information science?
Yes, masters. Yes.
From Albany?
No, from the City University in London.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, they were one of the few schools that teaches information science, understanding scientific information and how to address information needs of scientists in any setting. And it was like in response to the information as it was exploding, they were trying to train people with background in science going in scientific information work. So the school was known for that.
Excellent. And then you came from London back to the US.
Went to Africa briefly for about a year or two, then came back to the US. My husband studied at the University of Kentucky, Lexington. So he had his PhD here and master's here, but I was in the UK.
Yeah, yeah. But now you're both at Albany.
We are both in Alabama at Auburn.
Auburn.
Auburn, yeah, near Atlanta, Auburn.
Auburn, not Albany, New York. Sorry, I think I misheard. I misheard. Yeah. And I have visited Alabama for the first time last year. I did a project there. Yeah.
Where
for the state library. I was working for the state library agency, doing an evaluation project. And I actually did drive from the city where Auburn University is. I was visiting the public library there.
Yes.
We have a beautiful public library. Really well known in Alabama for its service. So Alabama, that's where you settled. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And what's your role at Auburn University? What do you teach?
I do STEM librarianship. So
Subject special.
yes.
Yeah, specialist. Okay.
Yes.
So, and Vicky, you said you have done master's degrees in economics. Is it in Greece, or did you come here to study?
No, it's I'm an web child. I did both of the masters,
Online.
both of my masters at a web. So, and I'm planning to do my PhD at a web because it's convenient. You know, I'm working
Yeah.
there since I was 20. I'm working because I got there first, and then I stayed all of those years. They are 23 now that I'm working in the library.
23 years.
23 years, yeah.
You look so young. It's amazing we haven't met before. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm 44 years old, and I'm working in the library the last 21 years. Yeah. It's the truth, and that's why I'm a web child. But you know, it's sometimes we say in Greece what it's written to be done. So I was planning to go to Loughborough to study. Yeah. Loughborough, yeah. To study the information science, to do my master's there, but they offered me the job at the library, and I already had, you know, they accepted me in the university. So I had this dilemma: should I leave or should I stay? This was my dilemma. And you know, this period of time, my director of the libraries, he said, "Okay, you're too young. You have lots of, you know, years in front of you. You can stay. You can see if you like it, and then you can just apply another time, and maybe you'll become whatever you want." And this was it. I stayed.
You stayed.
Yeah, but because librarianship was not by default.
Yes, 20-year. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it wasn't by default because it was my first will to become a librarian. Because as a child, me and my parents, I was growing up in at the States at Queens. In Astoria then, but we have all of our friends and relatives in New Jersey, and there is a library there. It's for kids. Even the kindergarten kids have the opportunity to go there because there are a lot of books for familiar to kids. And I remember myself walking to those small, you know, places with books all the time. Nobody said why you did it, why you did that. All the librarians were so friendly. I was playing with the books. I remember sitting down and having books on my feet or something like that. And I was saying from my early teenage years that I will become a librarian. Yeah, that was it. It was my will to become a librarian.
Yeah. From very early age. It sounds like
Yeah.
thanks to that New Jersey library, right?
But
I was in New Jersey visiting libraries last week, actually. Funny. You know,
It's a very good. It is a very good library there, and I really like maths and let's say the economics. That's why I attended the master in economics. That's why I choose the economic library, because I like the maths and the economics too. That's why it is a combination now. I'm half a librarian, half an economist, and something like that, you know. But first of all, I feel that I am a person that you can find when you walk in the library, and you can ask whatever you want. I think this is my role.
so you're both in some ways subject librarians. And specialties, you know, kind of social science for Vicky, economics.
Yeah.
And Claudia, is your area science, or do you cover multiple?
Over the years, I've done just about every science. I started out with biology, then when we are in between librarians, we're recruiting. I've done mathematics, physics, chemistry, and now I also work with agriculture. And then when we are short librarians, I've even done business a little bit. I have to be paired up with someone because I don't feel confident in that area.
You can always call on Vicky now.
Yes, now I'll call on Vicky.
Vicky, remind me your last name.
Kalyabaku.
Kalyabaku. And Claudia, what's your last name?
My last Genda, Jenda.
Genda. Claudia Genda and Vicky Kalambaku. Great. So, a little bit about my trip. I was a teacher of English in Greece. I went into English, and that was actually quite formative for me. As I was learning English, when I was little in Greece, Vicky, I quit after a few years, and then
Why you left? We didn't ask why you left Greece. We should.
well, yeah, I'm gonna get to that story since we have time here. So I had started, like every little kid in Greece starts learning English, right? And then I quit around 12 years old just because I was stuck. I wasn't studying and I wasn't motivated. And then when I was 16, as we were preparing at that time, we had to prepare for the university exams, both in the second year of the Lyceum and in the third year of the Lyceum. It was twice. So as I was 16 and finished my first year, I did choose the humanities track, even though I was probably better in sciences, partly because of influences from teachers and the so my trajectory was that my mom said, "Okay, Martha, you did really well in the first year of doing the exams for the university. I'll give you a present, whatever you want." And I said, "I want to go to England." So I went for a summer language program in England at Hastings University. And I fell in love with the UK. And on my way back, I'm like, I'm studying English. That's it, what I want to do. That's what landed me in the English department at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. Now, interestingly enough, when I was an undergraduate student there, the libraries were not very well organized, but the English department had a collection that they were trying to organize, and they had invited an American librarian to help them. They had an exchange program with Kent State University in Ohio. They invited with English professors primarily, but they had the library need, so they asked their colleagues, "Can you send us a librarian instead to help us organize the library?" So as a student studying, mostly in the study room, because the collection was not accessible openly to students at that time, I was seeing, people working in it was a glassed room where the collection was kept, and there was this little room everybody was like fussing around, and I was seeing the action happening there. And also, I was also using the libraries in the British Library that we had in Thessaloniki and the Library of the American Center at that time. These libraries have been closed in Thessaloniki since then, but they were nice, calming reading rooms with resources. And like you having the formative experience, Vicky, in New Jersey, my I guess formative experience. Although I have to say, as a high school student, I also used the Hunt Library, the public library, which was terrible, but mostly going there to get Xenopoulos books. Vicky understands it's like an author of that is very interesting to read when you're a teenager. And um, so I had a little bit of formative experience, but nothing like inspiring like you had, Vicky. But definitely my university influences were very inspiring to see that these people could do, what they could do with a collection. The access that OpenStax in the British Library and the American Center Library, the access to the resources that were more scarce at the Aristotle University at that time. And at that time, librarianship was just starting in Greece as a technical TE school. One of my friends from my high school was a student at the TE in Thessaloniki. So I could also hear from her, Elisabeth Economido, if you know her. She works at the public library in Thessaloniki. So that I had all these influences. And then when I finished my bachelor's degree, had to decide what to do for graduate studies. So I applied for a British Council scholarship to do language and linguistics in the UK. And I applied for a Fulbright scholarship to study library science in the US. And I got the Fulbright and I came to the US. And the rest was history. Partly what motivated me was to change the Greek academic libraries at that time. I wanted to change the libraries at Aristotle University. And I had connected before I had left with friends in the Central Library. I had done a couple of projects there, just as, on a voluntary basis. But yeah, it was meaningful projects. It was like proposals to bring OCLC in Greece at that time. At Aristotle University. Crete had OCLC, but Aristotle University had not OCLC at that time. So I got to translate those proposals and got to know what the needs are. And so then I came to the US, and my sort of desire to continue to change libraries to be responsive to the needs of the user is what drove my whole career. I did my master's thesis in library information science at Kent State University on a user survey of the library of the English department at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. And then that gave me the opportunity to collect data, analyze data. I connected with the people at Kent State University at the School of Psychology, the educational psychology, because they were the experts on analyzing data on that campus. And I had the data, and nobody in the library science school could help me analyze the survey data I had. So I started taking courses there. I did a second master's in educational psychology in evaluation and measurement. And then I wanted to go for the PhD, and I applied at Illinois Urbana-Champaign. And I went and did a couple of years there, but I did not finish my studies at that time. I got the job at ARL, at the Association of Research Libraries, and that was 94. And ARL wanted someone who could collect data from their libraries, publish the ARL statistics, publish the salary survey, and also help libraries think about new ways of understanding the needs of their users. So to make the long story short, 94, I arrived at ARL, and it was a 22-year experience that was a lot of fun because I got to organize the statistics unit within ARL. They did not they had only volunteers from a couple of libraries doing these data collection efforts at that time. And then eventually I started applying for grants like we got a big grant in 2000 from the US Department of Education. It's called Fund for the Improvement of Post-Secondary Education to measure library service quality. And that led to the development of LiveQual. So it's, I don't know if you've used LiveQual, Claudia.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We actually will be using it this year as well.
Oh, wow.
Through accreditation, and we know we need more user data, user feedback, and we're thinking of LibCo. We've used it in the past, but this will be a new one.
We have somebody, two.
Luisa Baptista.
I know she's from Portugal. I know her. I don't know Jennifer, but we can ask if they can hear us.
Luisa, are you there? Can you unmute and join the conversation?
Yes.
Hello, how are you, Marta? Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
We're a
I'm
small
fine.
group, so we have turned this into a conversation where we get to know each other really well, and I will also share content that
Okay.
I have on
We
facilities.
already we already met in Crete a few years ago. Do you remember me? Now I'm
I
older.
remember your name, yes, and I remember. I mean, that's
No,
why I
not
like
older.
QQML. We get to meet people from all over the world.
Yes.
It's an
It's
incredible forum Anthi and her team there have put together over the years. So are you in Portugal now or are you in Crete?
yes, I'm in Portugal, in Lisbon. I'm speaking.
And do you want to introduce yourself to Vicky and to Claudia? Tell us a little bit
You
more.
already know me. Hi, Vicky.
So close. Yeah, hello.
I'm Luisa Batista. I'm from, now I'm working in the University of Lisbon in Faculty of Dentistry, and I'm librarian.
And what's your role as a librarian there?
Uh, what about
What is your position
uh,
in the library?
I'm the librarian because this faculty is a small one. I already work in a larger library, but nowadays it's a small one.
And it's focused, what's the subject area of the library?
Dentistry, only to
Dental
yes.
history. Okay, that's
Yes.
good. Claudia is a kind of a science librarian in Auburn, Alabama.
Yes.
And you know Vicky, and I was telling them my story about how I ended up in the US from Greece, from Thessaloniki, Greece to the US. And I was at the point where I went to ARL and we got the big grant that launched LibQual. And LibQual, yeah. And it's still going on after all these
Yes.
years, even after I left ARL. I left ARL in 2016 and I wanted to work. I could see the opportunity to sort of take my skills and work with even more libraries, even though LibQual expanded internationally and I had a lot of connections with other countries. We translated the instrument to 20, 30 languages. Ghana, even, there's a South African language translation, there's a Greek language translation. But I could see that there were opportunities to take those skills and sort of expand them, my research skills and studying users and understanding users, and help more public libraries, help state library agencies, as well as more academic libraries. So I left ARL and I launched the consulting company called Qualitative. And this brings me to the point. One of my first projects was a project I did in Delaware, where Delaware is a small state and has about 30 public libraries. There are, like Vicky will tell you, she knows New York. In New York, there is one library system that easily has 30 and more public libraries, locations. The whole state of Delaware has about 30 locations of public libraries. So even then, these are different public libraries, but because of the small size of the state, they do a lot of planning that's collaborative. So one of the things they plan is thinking long term about their facilities. And one of the first projects I got to work was be part of the architect that did what's called the master plan for the state of Delaware. And they do this every 10 years. So as part of the master plan for the state of Delaware, my role was to include their tools that would study the needs of the library users, and I had the opportunity to modify a kind of a live call, instrument a little bit more for public libraries. Interestingly enough, about 150 public libraries have implemented live call the way ARL offers it. But as you all know, if you have seen the questions, those are primarily academic questions because a lot of the research that developed it happened in the academic environment. So I had the opportunity to, with the Delaware project, to really modify and make the instrument better for public libraries. After that, I started working on projects with other consultants that are doing facilities work. And I noticed that there are a lot of data gathering approaches and understanding the users from UX methods, user experience methods, from methods that we call them intercept data collection, transportation projects. You sit in the middle of the street, in the middle of an intersection, outside a library, inside a lobby, and you collect data from the users. And, you do that randomly over 2, 3, 4, 5 times, 6 times, 12 times if you have the resources, and you truly get a very representative and accurate picture of what the community needs. And this whole approach led me to, again, as quality metrics, got projects like...
What kind of method do you use to collect the data?
Yes, we usually before renovations and before large new construction buildings, we do a very aggressive data collection like that. And I'll show you, let me share some things here to get to the workshop. Because I feel like you need to get a sense of my content too, right?
We got the best sense of you, you know that.
Yeah, this is really nice and intimate. Absolutely. But I do want to show you.
Reminds you of all those speed bumps we have on the streets when they catch our speed limits.
Yeah.
They're planning maybe to expand the road and
Yes. So what I'm gonna share here is some ways of showing you what this data collection looks like. And I'm gonna make it a slideshow so you can all see it. So here we were in, this was a community college in California that was building a new building. And this is a room that, we called it a town hall meeting. People were coming from the entrance, and we had like, 5 or 6 stations around the room with different exercises. They were giving us feedback on what they want from their learning center. So I was fielding this table. That's me. And, we had what we call design thinking exercises, right? Little slips of paper where they can give us their ideas, specific prompts, and postcards where they can write, when I go into the library, this is what I do, and this is what I get out of this activity. Then we had posters where they can tell us, this specific one, please tell us more about your creative pursuits. And they give us ideas about their, what is it that they do, creative interests they have. Tell us more about what it would take to extend your visit in the library. This over here, on the second part of this poster. Does my browser show? Does my mouse show when I move it around?
Yes.
Can you see my mouse moving around? Okay, I wasn't sure if you could see. And then the last part is, please tell us more. What would make you spend more time with others in the library? What is it we need to be providing so you spend group time in the library? And then we had other activities like, this or that, where these are semantic differential scales, they are called in survey research. You see that this or that, tell us, do you want a relaxed or a formal environment? Do you want things to be loosely organized or designated with very clear delineations? Flexible furniture versus fixed furniture. And the bottom exercise here that you cannot see very well is something called Keep, Toss, Create, where they tell you what do you want to keep in the library, what you want to throw away, and what new things you want to create. So these are some of the portfolio of exercises we are using to study the user needs. This was, we did an aggressive data collection at an Olwyn Public Library in Fairbanks, Alaska. And there is the Keep, Toss, Create. You get a better view of that exercise, and you get a better view of the please tell us more exercise, the this or that. We also do dot voting. Okay, so you give them, let me see if I have a picture where you can see the dot voting happening by people, because I don't see one here. But the idea is, oh, there it is. I think I have something here. Yeah. So over here to the right, you see these big boards against the glass to the very right. So people were presented with options, 6 pictures showing different modalities of spaces, and they had to place their dots on their preferred spaces. Let me actually make it a little bigger. It's over here. You see these dots over here. You can barely see them. But it was in the lobby of the library where we sat and we did that. And go to show you. So the kids are given different color dots. The teens are given different color dots, and the adults are given different color dots. And they vote on the spaces they want to see in the future. This was for a renovation plan they wanted to do at the Nolwyn Public Library in Fairbanks, Alaska. And then we look at these data. This is the semantic differential scales. What did the kids vote for? What did the teens vote for? What did the adults vote for? Here are all the dot votes. You can see a better view of the choices they had. Here on this one, it was voting for spaces for adults. Do they want gather and converse, flexible seating types, places to learn new skills, heads down work, individual reflection, quiet reading? Whereas on the right side here is the spaces for teens, open and collaborative making, high top seating, social staircase, teen-friendly seating, mix of social program area, event space. So, and you can see, we didn't ask only teens to vote on teen spaces, and we did not ask only adults to vote on adult spaces. Both kids and teens and adults voted and told us their views on all of these spaces. The what? And did you say something, Vicky?
No, thank you. I'm okay.
All right.
Just
And
we have another entrance, Nandi and Prince. Yeah.
Nandi. Hi, Nandi. Can you hear us? You can unmute and introduce yourself, Nandi, if you can hear us. We all got to introduce ourselves to each other.
I think no voice.
No voice. Okay, I'll continue, and if you find your voice, Nandi, bring it here. So these are the results, and we can sort of tell what most adults want and what most teens want and what most kids want as a result. So that's one way of figuring out what people want. And the other thing we did is we took the survey data. The library had done a survey, so we didn't need to do our own survey, but we did take their data and we analyzed it with an eye on creating personas. Have you had the opportunity to create personas for your libraries?
It's not a persona, but we're trying to see if we're gonna make something like personal, let's say, how can I say? Something that can identify our how I cannot, let me just think about it, how I'm gonna say it. Something like a cartoon or a character.
Yeah.
That we might use it in all of our, activities, the electronic activities, something like that. We are discussing something like that.
That's more like branding.
Yeah, it's branding. Yeah.
It's more about branding and marketing. And personas can be used for marketing, but personas is more like the research end of it, where you look at the data and you say, okay, what are the generalizable characteristics of the different user groups? No, every user is not the same. Every faculty is not the same. Every student is not the same, and every undergraduate student or graduate student is not the same. But there are certain generalizable characteristics, and the personas I'm going to show you are not from the academic libraries, they are from public libraries. But I think there are, if you look personas and you do a Google search, you'll find a variety of libraries that have developed similar typologies of personalities, basically. So out of this project, just one public library, we developed 12 different personas looking at their data, their survey data. So this is the after school teen. And the way we summarized each persona, we gave them a name, a fictitious name. Jessie doesn't exist. There is someone called 14 years old in the data, and we gave them the name of Jessie. And we had information on their weekly visits. We had information whether they are more of a reader or more of a social person based on their responses. We had some sense of whether they want high-tech, use high-tech or low-tech. So this is captured in these scales here. And this is a quote of, bringing the voice of Jessie, an after-school teen, in your research. And Jessie tells us, we don't have internet at home. I get out of school at 4 p.m. Computers are usually full, and I need a snack shack. So this is a kid who comes to the library after school and wants something to eat and a computer to land on. So the challenges he faces, he can be disruptive to other patrons. If you go to public libraries after school hours when all the kids from schools come, it's very loud and very noisy.
Yeah.
Sometimes they may have problematic activities. They may go into a corner and hide into a corner and smoke and curse, and they may be putting graffiti on furniture. They grab all the computer stations, and you don't find a free computer station. So these are some of the challenges this personality may create, this persona may create for the library environment. What do they need? They need engaging activities. They need food. It's good to have snacks in the libraries for the teens in the after school environment. They need computer access, and they need a soundproof area that's not invisible, that's visible, that's transparent. So that's one persona. And we created 12 of these. I'm not going to read each one of them, but you get the sense of how we use survey data to understand the needs of the users at a more in-depth level, at the level where you can say, oh, yes, I need to be doing this kind of programming to satisfy the culture seeker. The culture seeker, Johan, that's the name we gave him. I wish I could use the library more. I think I would go to cultural or educational events in the evening if there were some. These are actual words from the survey that they did at Nolwenn Library. So this is based on the voices of the users. The all-day visitor. The all-day visitor, I would like the library open more hours of the day and on Sunday. I appreciate the resources offered by the library.
Yeah, the frequent, yeah.
He is the person, actually a frequent user, and also sometimes these are the homeless people. So some of the challenges we mentioned here is bed bags, right? If it's homeless people. The need for bathrooms, some of the homeless people, if they frequent libraries a lot, do we need to be having some capacity in libraries for them to take a quick shower? I don't know. It's something to consider. Safe space seeker. Cheryl. Social retiree, very common personality in public libraries, right? The daily worker. She goes to meet their usually for specific needs. The tech novice, an older person who may not have used technology as much and may need more help with technology. The quiet learner, another personality. The maker doer, the one who wants the maker space. And we call this the Berry Room regular. The children's room in the Nolwenn Library in Fairbanks, Alaska, was called the Berry Room. It's called the Berry Room because they have a mural on the wall that is a children's picture painting that's like, every generation of kids that has gone to the Nolwenn Library is like, Mickey Mouse for Fairbanks, Alaska is like the signature painting for children in that room. So it's called the Berry Room because the painter was had that name affiliation, I think. So we had created all these personalities from the survey data, and then we had, and I want to tell you the next story because it's an important story, because it tells you that no matter how much data you have, you can still be missing very important parts of your community. So we had these data, we analyzed them, we created this set of personas, and we had a town hall meeting to tell people our results. And in the town hall meeting, halfway into a 3-hour meeting, in the middle of the meeting, there comes someone through the door. He says, is this the library planning meeting? And I'm here. I came from the mountains and I have something very important to tell you. I don't come to the library very often. I come to the library once every 2 months, but the library is so important to me. There was a whole persona that was emerging from that guy that burst into the room and told us, I made time to come to this meeting because I need to tell you how important the library is and how I use it, because even though I'm not there every day and you don't see me in the survey results, the library is very important in my life. So this person the slope worker, we call him. In Fairbanks, Alaska, there are a lot of workers. It's a lot. If you've been to Alaska, Alaska is 1/5 of the size of the U.S. It's a huge area. And if you fly over Alaska, especially the southern part of Alaska, because you can only fly with a commercial airplane to Fairbanks. The other part of Alaska, north of Fairbanks, you need to get a charter flight to go. But if you fly into Fairbanks, it's like flying over the ocean, only you're flying over an ocean of a forest instead of a sea, like when most of us have flown over the Atlantic or, other seas, and you can see the sea as the plane goes by. I honestly never experienced this until I flew into Fairbanks. It's like instead of a sea, it's a sea of forest. So
Wow.
it's huge amounts of forest. If there is a fire in Alaska, they let it burn.
Yeah.
It
Wow.
can burn for 3-4 weeks. There's no way a human can go because there are no people living there. You can see the smokes, you can see the trees burning, and you let it burn out. Anyway, this is the slope worker. There are around the cities, around Fairbanks, there are workers that go into the mountains and work into the mountains for like 6 weeks at a time. And Tyson tells us, I'm up north 4 weeks at a time with not much to do in the evenings. Mostly it's the audiobooks I get. Morning or evening hours would be helpful. So he wanted to have either early morning hours or late evening hours, because when he's in town, that's when his availability is there. So he needs extended checkout for the audiobooks and the audiovisual materials and the DVDs and the CDs, because Wi-Fi is not always available up there in the mountains. So DVDs and CDs, it's a very important part of the collection there. And he needs, evening, morning hours and high volume checkout. He may want to, I don't know, get 30, 40 CDs and DVDs. And so you may want to think, can I do that? Can I? And they did try to accommodate this persona in their services. So that's another method of understanding users and user needs. So I'm gonna jump a little bit to this is sort of the research that we do for understanding communities and users. But the actual content I wanted to share with you a little bit more is a little bit more about how we go about developing our mission statements, and how our mission statements truly can reflect the needs the community has around spaces, and to have a conversation around that part. I was telling Claudia earlier that this is part of a very extensive workshop series we do. It's like a 10-hour workshop series we do to introduce librarians to everything they need to know about doing a library renovation or building a new library building. And this is based on experience. Me and Bill Wilson, my collaborator on this, had on projects, and he has even more projects he has worked on. So is this something that we should cover as we or do you want to guide the discussion in a different way if you have specific questions?
Too clear for me.
No, it's very good to know this kind of studies, and it's very interesting. You can go on.
Yeah, just want to make sure if you have specific questions or specific needs, feel free to interrupt me. It doesn't have to be. We started having a dialogue and we can continue to have a dialogue, or I can share some of this content.
You have more to say. That's why we're listening.
We're listening.
Yes, I agree.
I have a lot to say, but just
We're that here today to hear you, to listen.
thank you. So if you get tired, though, we can go back to having a conversation.
No, no.
And so it's basically what I'm going to give you is a quick overview, a really very quick overview
Now connected.
of library facility planning.
Away.
And I do want to start a little bit by saying a few words, about consultants. So there is this famous Russian composer, Shostakovich, and he was once asked to describe what a musicologist did. And he went on to explain that he and his wife liked eggs for breakfast. So Shostakovich went on to say that they had a cook named Pasha, and that every morning Pasha cooked scrambled eggs, and that he and his wife ate the eggs. And he then asked the questionnaire to imagine someone who does not cook the eggs and does not eat the eggs, but simply talks about the eggs. The musicologist doesn't cook the eggs or eat the eggs. The musicologist just talks about the eggs. So the same with consultants. Yeah, we're not the folks who cook the facility, the library facility eggs. That would be the architects and the designers. And we're not the people who eat the library facility eggs. That would be the people who use the library. Now we are the consultants, the people who talk about the library eggs. And remember that whenever you work with experts and consultants of any kind, in order to end up with tasty eggs, the cook needs to listen to the people who are going to eat the eggs. So at the end of the day, it's the people that eat the eggs, you and all the people who the library serves, that matters the most. And as consultants, real consultants know that, listening is extremely important, and that no matter what, no matter how much expertise we have, there's always something we learn from every new environment, from every new interaction, something unique about Claudia's environment, something unique about Louisa's environment or Vicky's environment. So remember that when you work with consultants. So my co-creator in this series has been using this term, facilities facilitate. And it's a mantra he really developed and, repeats it every time we do these workshops. And it's because the word facility means that the building and the library structure does something to you, right? It facilitates something. Whereas the word library building or library structure doesn't have that concept. The library building or the structure is an empty container, but the word facilities suggests that something is happening in that space. So that's why we like to use the word facility and the term facilities facilitate. So a basic definition of a building is that it's a structure with a roof and walls, and a basic definition of a structure is a building constructed of multiple parts. So it's like the chicken and the egg, right? A building is a structure and a structure is a building. On the other hand, the facility is a place provided to serve a specific purpose. And I want to give me a second here. I want to do something here on my screens because something was obstructing me. Excellent. So, do you recognize this library? Anybody wants to take a guess?
It's a space library.
It's a
Very
space.
nice, very nice.
The ones that we have in Greece, it's a space library.
Hart Library in North Carolina, no?
It's actually the Seattle Public Library.
Ah.
And some libraries are built to impress. And this is one library that was built to impress. And that's okay. That's okay to an extent. But today, I don't want you to worry about building a library building to impress. I want you to think about building a library building that is designed to enable important things to happen. And you may have heard the phrase form follows function. This phrase came from a famous architect named Louis Sullivan, who was born in 1856. He died in 1924. So Sullivan is variously known as the father of the skyscraper and the father of modernism. And in short, he was a pretty influential guy in shaping modern architecture. And Sullivan's famous phrase gets to the heart of the matter. What function do we want to take place within the container that we are creating? In other words, what's the function that we want the form to follow? Now, some of you may be sitting and thinking, I'm not replacing my home library. I just want to improve the kids' department, or I just want to improve a little study area corner, or a part of a floor. The answer is, that the same principles that apply to the building and changing a new building or building a new building also apply to each functional area within the library. We had a project where small rural libraries got $5,000 only each to do a space project that would activate their environment. And it was, little rooms, little library rooms and little library corners that they had to refresh with that 5,000. So this principle, is critical. See, this question is really critical. What is it you are trying to enable in the space you are redesigning? And this is where we are going to characterize these principles that are focused on this question. What is it we are trying to achieve in this environment? We're going to characterize these principles as mission-driven design. So take time to think through the principles of your mission-driven design, the design or form of any given space, and the library as a whole should be driven by our mission and the functions we perform to carry out that mission. So the question is, do you have a mission statement then? And And what about that area of the library that you are thinking of renovating? Do you have a purpose statement in mind for that space?
Who's gonna start?
Hmm?
Start.
You start.
I start again? Okay. You said that you saw that library, that space library, I said, and I was felt that those buildings maybe are impressive, but as you said, there are things that coming off the libraries and not, this is not just a building. I'm into that so much, but I believe that we should have spaces for all those users, and we have special user needs. So this period of time, we're trying to create an multimodal electronic library space for people that they're having disabilities. And in movements, in upper limbs, they cannot see, maybe they have partial vision, things like that. And I think this is a very, very the aim of this, the scope, the aim of this wheel is really, really, I can say, hard, because we really want to do it now or yesterday. And we cannot do it now or yesterday, so we're feeling a little bad about it. And this is not our fault, you know that. It's the funding, that is a lack of funding.
But you can have a strategy. A strategy is for the long term.
We're building that strategy this period of time.
Exactly. And
we're building the strategy with collaborations, with, of course, the healing, healing, of course. And we're building some collaboration. We're trying to promote our actions to gain the funding. And of course, we are trying to be a little bit more outcoming, to promote everything that we can find. But I don't want to be, to bring bad news, but there are no many things coming up to the Greek libraries this period of time.
But keep planning.
Yeah.
It'll pay off. It'll pay off. And the good things will come. Good things will come eventually.
You asked about something, and I said something that it's really harmful for my soul. I really love to have that special place, and I think that it's mandatory.
Yeah.
For every library and for every for every user with special needs to have equal opportunities, and this is what we really want to do.
And I know we have an hour and a half and we have only 5 minutes left, right? Is that
sorry? You said that.
No, I just want to make sure we give we come to, is that the case, Vicky? Is that officially in the program we have only 5 more minutes, right?
5 minutes, yeah. I didn't want to interrupt anyway. We can hear the ladies talking, and then we can come to the some conclusions. Okay. Thank you. What is your...
I'm good. I think it's a good question. We need to keep it in mind. We just finished a 2019 to 2024 strategic plan. And interestingly enough, I don't think we had a strategic plan look at the spaces. There was a group assigned to it, but because of the pandemic, they are working, did not, things that they planned could not happen very well during the pandemic. So another plan is coming up soon for our library, and we also need a new library. We have one main library for 30,000 students, so there are space constraints everywhere. And thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Also, I worked in a small academic library. It was great to participate in this workshop because I needed to attract the students. After pandemic times, the library is more hybrid, so much virtual and not on seat. So I need to get some strategic to attract the students. And here, the students from out of Lisbon come more to the library than the students who live in Lisbon. So it was very good. Thank you for your communication. It was very good.
Thank you, Luisa. Thank you. Is Morgana having a mic?
Yes.
I know she came late in the game.
Unmute her, but maybe
No.
request. You have to
Request,
maybe.
yeah.
You can unmute everybody.
Right.
Human rights.
Right, right.
They have their own right to privacy. So the point.
We are the land of
the free.
democracy.
The conclusion here that I want to leave you with is that make sure your strategic plan reflects the functions you want your spaces to serve. Make sure it has an understanding of, what is happening, what are the outcomes, what is the building doing to the people when they come in the physical building. Make sure that is captured in your strategic plan. And even if you only take that one point away from today here, I think it'll put you way ahead of the game.
Let's hope.
I hope, yeah, it will. I mean, Vicky, honestly, I keep saying, I joke sometimes, I say, my dream was to change Greek libraries. I've succeeded. Greek libraries have changed. So think of that. I know things look, I'm going to stop sharing. Things don't always look where you want them to be, but things have changed, and Greek libraries have an amazing improvement. One of the colleagues that is organizing the Fizole conference, Ann Åkesson, called me when there was going to be the Fizole conference in Greece, and it got postponed a number of times due to the pandemic. And she called me and said, how are Greek libraries doing these days? We're having this Fizole conference there. And I'm like, there's plenty of Greek librarians doing fun things and great things in Greek libraries. And, this is much better today than it was in the late 80s when I left.
Yeah.
So.
Even the last 10 years, everything is changed. And we're doing our best. So I'm sure about that. And we will not stop hoping and trying. This is the main project in our heads. We are sharing information. We have to be present and accurate and happy and all these things.
And it's the same in Portugal, and it's the same story in Auburn, and there are the same challenges, I think, in every library I have visited.
So we have a message from Morgana. She says that she's sorry because they're having a problem with the hour. It's -6 hours there in Brazil. That's why she cannot not open maybe the microphone or something like that. But we're glad you are here, Morgana. Anyhow.
And Alma, you're coming to our end. We're getting ready to say goodbye to Claudia and Vicky and Luisa here and Morgana.
She said thanks, maybe, and she can hear us, but it's okay. Yes, she can't talk, but she's writing.
And I don't think I can see the chat, can I?
Because it's written to everybody. Yeah, if you open the chat, I think you can see them. Because it's to everyone, I think. Yeah, it's to everyone. You can see.
I see it. Yes, yes, I now see that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
did see it. Thank you. Well, thank you for staying with me for an hour and a half.
It's
And
sure.
If you want to hear more about facilities planning, I have this, 10-hour content that I'll be happy to offer another.
Something for 10 hours. Yes.
That's
Exactly
what
10 hours.
we broke it out into like 2.5-hour segments. Yeah.
Hope we'll catch up soon. You come back to Greece and to meet you in person.
I usually come in August now because I visit family. I usually come in August, and I used to come at QQML.
Maybe I will be, sunbathing in some Greek islands, but you too. I hope and I believe that you too. But I hope to see you in maybe one conference or something like that. It was really nice talking.
I hope so too.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for all this interesting information. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
this is from Greece.
Very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
From
much.
Lisbon.
And from Lisbon.
Lisa is my friend.
Vicky, do you want to come to Lisbon to visit me?
I will come for sure.
We all want to come to Lisbon. I've never been to Lisbon.
We will come with I'm not coming.
Martha?
I won't come. I won't come.
I want to come to Lisbon. You need to tell me when. You need to invite me.
Yes.
Together. We should go together. Okay.
That would be fun.
Arrangement. Okay, I will get in contact with you because when I'm visiting Lisbon for maybe an exchange program, maybe the next year, because this year we had a plan, but it's messed. Luisa, next year I will come for sure, and I will bring Martha with me. Okay.
Okay. Martha, if you want
so
to contact me.
that you invited.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
It
so
was a
much.
pleasure, a great pleasure I can show you the several libraries in University of Lisbon. I work in a smaller, but there are good libraries in the
Small
university.
libraries, big ideas, Luisa. This is the
yeah. Small libraries. Our workshop first started as small libraries. Small libraries create smart spaces.
See, we're connected somehow. Okay.
Bye. It was
Thank
a
you so
pleasure.
much, Martha.
Bye.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye,
You
Luisa.
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for being here.
Please, I wanted to listen.
Thank you.